rich, dance is poor. Dance is something that should not be ignored. Dance is jazz, dance is ballet. Dance is gospel, dance is country. Dance is everything. Dance is dance. Anyone dance while I am prospering. Dance or die. Anyone dance while I am prospering. Dance or die. Anyone dance while I am prospering. Dance or die. So listen to my body language while I tap, tap, tap. So listen to my body language while I tap, tap, So listen to my body language while I tap, tap, tap.
what happened down here was the neighbors moved some stuff. So, hello everyone. Welcome. You can just barely hear me. This is the Schumann Resonances on next Facebook. I'm whispering, but basically that is me saying I'm speaking quietly. For the comments, the love, the support, everything from everyone. What I'm going to do is, as life throws us these curveballs, I'm going to let the music play a little bit more, because here in the studio that I'm in, there's people moving some stuff next door, and it's, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's definitely distracting me. So I'm going to let the music play. Oh, there was like clanking and banging. I couldn't concentrate. And then join you in about 5. Alrighty, thanks. And they were moving for hours, so it's like, all right. We're live. All right, there we are. All right, we should be streaming again. We had an issue with YouTube. There we go. All right. So it said that I needed to. I just shut it off. It said I needed to. All right, there's still 4 people here. All right. So it said if I didn't, it threatened me. It said, where am I? Hold on. Where am I? All right. I should be here somewhere. All right. So, I'm at the other area. All right. So it said that if I didn't restart my capture software, it was going to shut it down. Now it's in excellent condition, so that's why I just shut off all of a sudden. All right, but I'm back. So now that I'm here and I'm back, the commotion in the studio next door in the basement here is done. Like, all right, so we should be on track. I've actually moved. They're moving in and moving out. I'm not sure what, but that was a few hours. I wasn't letting music run for a few hours. All right, anyway, okay, so, all right, so, where was I? All right, so, I'm going to be, this is going to be a little a different, introduction than what I had originally planned for, the color code video. What you just saw there was the text for this script. Basically, I need to have a script or else I'm going off track. And that's how I keep videos on track. The ones that are is by following the script. Okay, so this is basically the third attempt to kind of get this right. And let me pause. Okay, so scene change. All right, so what you see up there on the screen right now, excuse me, what you see right now on the screen right now is on the left-hand side is a comment that was left 2 days ago as I write this, or 2 days as I'm reading this. It was on the third video, which was actually the introduction to the series, it's part 3, which is the actual introduction that I start getting into the material. So, the other 2 were posted online, and as my regulars know at this point, I'm gearing these toward a live stream. So the first 2 videos were sort of introduction with the intention of I don't want to say killing time, but with the intention of like a waiting room for people to come into, to have your seat, get the popcorn ready, that sort of thing. Same thing this video is. I'm remaking it based on this comment here. That after I had read it, I thought, it actually helped me, even though you may look at this and see a negative comment, all right, it's sort of what I did. I thumbs down it, all right. So, he makes some good points, and I will say this, sometimes the people in situations in life that you really learn something from are the adverse situations that you don't want to repeat, you don't want to go through again, and it's like, all right, well, what do I do to maybe not prevent, but to help me to prevent this from happening again? All right. Meaning a negative experience in general. Okay. So the comment isn't necessarily a negative comment, otherwise I would have just deleted it. I tell people, I want to read the comments, good, bad, or otherwise. Okay. Some are constructive, and it's a lot of it is how you put it. So the guy was at least somewhat respectful when he put the comments, like, all right, so I will consider what the person had to say. All right, so it's caused me actually to kind of put things into motion that I hadn't considered before, or things that were on the back burner, kind of simmering. It's caused me to readdress those things and be like, now I know what to do with that. All right. So as I'm working through the different media outlets here of what I can do and what's possible through YouTube, through Facebook, excuse me, through Patreon, through Twitch, through DLive or Discord. I'm not even sure what Discord is. I haven't even been over there yet. I've heard people ask me about it, but I haven't been over there. All right. So anyway, all of these are relatively new to me in some way, being a content creator. All right. So there's an avenue that's new to this that I'm just now stepping into, actually having something to say, and it means to say it. All right. So on some level, the theater here is just recently getting up and going, and there's still more of this that needs to get up and going that I would and could conceivably do with donations from people, the subs. So that is something to consider, that if you want me to have more outlets out there, as I get donations, it allows me to spend my time working on this and not doing the landscaping. All right. So, where am I? Let me pause this. So I scrapped the old, I didn't scrap it, I unlisted it to the public, and I'm making another one that I'm going to hold open to the public for a little while, and then I'm going to unlist it and put it over on the Patreon account. And in fact, that's one of the things that this post here has caused me to consider is that, how do I use the Patreon? This YouTube is not suitable for everyone. There's things I post that actually maybe would be better on Patreon, either as a public or as a members only, right? Remember, Patreon does have a public kind of thing. People do post stuff publicly, so you'll get more out of it with a paid subscription. But if you don't, I have things up there publicly. So if you're a Patreon subscription, a Patreon member, I have things up there. You don't have to be only paid only. All right, I'll just say this. So that's one of the things I'm working on is the unpopular videos here. I may be unlisting them and putting them over on Patreon, either for the subscribers or for the public at large. So, all right. So that's one of the things that has caused me to reassess what I've been doing up to this point. Because I've been kind of questioning what do I do with the Patreon and how do I work with that. And as I get subs over there, I need to start doing something with that. All right. So, Street, this is on YouTube, and the link will be in the description, I'm pretty sure. So, Marco says that he makes some good points. And I'm reading this. I make another video for this person, whether he or she is a shill or not. I don't think this is a troll. I don't think it's a shill so much necessarily. But let me operate with the assumption here that this person does have some good points to be made. All right. So Marco says, if you wonder why you have so few people, right, I'm just going to highlight this. All right. So, Marco says, if you wonder why you have so few people who listen to your material, it's because you talk too much off topic. Already 3 videos on the color codes of the SR, and it wasn't until the last 2 minutes that you began talking color with black and blue. And I'm assuming he means the last couple minutes of this one, which was the introduction, the official introduction. You do not need to define in ridiculous detail everything and everyone with historical precedents involved with the SR. You obviously have lots of time, but believe it or not, time is precious, and you are wasting a lot of our time with off-topic information. It seems clear you are an authority on the subjects you cover, although you're spending the majority of your time with needless off-topic material. Try being concise and to the point. Okay. So, he does have something valid to say, right? It is a goal of mine to be concise and on point. So, my response to that, right, so I will let you read the other responses there. Jackie gave a great response. Bradley gave a response. All right. So, what I said is, after reading the comments like yours, my first thought is that there's too many who watch these videos. It's already too much work to keep up with this as it is. To give everyone who's interested the quality time in what they need, right? The amount of people I have who already, right? I have 2,200 subs on YouTube, and that's not also including the close to 1,000 that I have on the Facebook, and then I'm also the moderator on the other Schumann Resonance on Facebook as well. I don't get paid for either one of those. Those take a number of hours in my day. And there's a lot of people every day. There's some new question over there. All right. So the majority of my non-working time is spent on the Schumann Resonances, answering questions. And YouTube is the only place so far potentially that I would make money at it, because I'm not doing much at the other places, and it's not except through YouTube that people have seen me and I've gotten some kind of following. All right. So, so yeah, on the one hand, it's like there is a dollar figure attached. Time is money. And so, yeah, if I want to have more income coming in to allow me to work over here on YouTube and, doing this, when I say over here, I mean on the Schumann Resonances, paid or not, okay, so I need to advertise myself, I need to market myself, I need to have money coming in through whatever, based on the work in the Schumann, okay, or else I'm working doing landscaping. I mean, let's just face it, that's the reality of it. Okay. So, yeah, there is a presumption that having more subscribers, more viewers, would bring in more money for me. Okay. However, the flip side of that is there's more people that are there. They're taking more of my time. A lot of these are basic questions. Okay. Yeah, I'm the expert. I'm the one that's ahead of the class, and I have to explain it to the rest of everyone else in very simple terms. And a lot of times it's the same questions every day. I have a lot of videos that people haven't watched. Okay? Not all of them are off effing topic. Some of them are very directed. Okay? So my thought here on this being my channel is people work with their channel how they best are comfortable. So I go into this a little bit more in my kind of monologue here, but I wanted to say something like it being a cluttered house. If you go over to someone's house with kids, with children, yeah, their house is cluttered, right? Why can't I get over to the couch? There's all these, blocks, building blocks, and Legos, and remote controlled cars and stuff, and all sorts of toys that are in the way of on the floor because the kids didn't put them back. Okay, so yeah, I put them back eventually, but that's sort of what this is. That in the best that I am able to, in the best means that I can, how do I say this? The best means of presenting this that I can still involves baby steps with children, as it were, who I have to stop and slow down so that the newcomers, people don't get overwhelmed. And again, I have done plenty of videos where I've been directed and I've stayed on topic to the best of my ability, so that people don't get lost or overwhelmed. Yeah, there's a little oases of calmness and folk stories and just matters, subjects, things that are off topic. Yes, I do understand that. That's something I battle with. Staying on topic, that is something that's very important. Yes, I realize that. But here's the thing about this, that you're absolutely correct. It is my precious and valuable time, right? And I am too old and I've been through too much stuff to not want to do things that are fun. So it comes down to this, that I do videos that are fun for me, knowing, or with the intention that I have approximately a dozen people, my disciples, who are of the important ones in all of this, right? They've been here from the beginning. They're learning something. They're there every single time. A bunch of them have given me donations, like they're there, they're family. So there is a group of people who I consider when I make these videos that are not for everyone. Some of the videos that I'm doing, I think, will be unlisted and will be going on Patreon for the family. All right, I think that's quite fair. That a lot of the videos that were here that are unpopular, they're going over there, and I will reduce down what is seeable here, suitable for the public. That is just the basic information that does not go into a lot of the details and the specifics for the people who I'm intending these videos to go to. All right, so yeah, while I might want to, while this tells me that I might want to make this information available to the public at large, not everyone really cares about what's important. Some people just kind of want to hear what they want to hear. And Wages has had that problem. Other people have had that problem of stop talking and just get to the important information. Well, all right. That's a thing too. Okay, so as a result of that comment, which was a healthy, growing comment in some ways for me, it helped solidify things in my mind, like I said, with Patreon. Now I know what to do with Patreon. We'll figure it out. So as a result of that, I decided to make a new introductory video to the live stream that's going to get played, later, with later today, I'm hoping. All right. Yes, I said now as we speak, and the other introductory video was 15 minutes, and that was kind of not too bad. I had 45 people that watched it. Bradley commented and then later on this guy commented, and I said, oh, okay, how about a more thorough opening video that'll take 4 times as long? You thought I could sidetrack before? Oh, honey, let me show you how folksy I can get on this. So there you go. So it was almost an hour. The second one I did was almost an hour, and I was like, oh, that's too long. And this one was about an hour. I could not make it almost an hour. So on that cheery note, I was planning on doing this last night, but I couldn't because I needed to redo this first video. So now that this first one is done, I can do the live stream. All right, so. All right. So, basically, I read all the comments. I respond to some, and sometimes I just put the little heart next to it. Thank you, thumbs up, something like that. Some I comment short, some, questions. I always answer the questions to the best of my ability. Some comments I have made videos, made a series of videos based on what the question asked, because it was the only way to address that. Like Rupert Sheldrake the morphic resonance and collective consciousness, there was 6 videos that I needed to make on that, whatever. So, based on my feedback with the viewers and my subs here, I'll do videos. So that's kind of what this one is. It's a readdressing of the first video I made. Like, oh, hey, I'll put that on Patreon. That's fine. And I will put a lot more on Patreon that talk about me personally, and start the series with a part 3. And when people ask, oh, where's 1 and 2? Well, that's on Patreon. I like that. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Start the videos at part 3 or part 4. Don't give you an introduction, just right into the material. I don't know, something. Whatever. Have fun. I'm having fun with it. All right. So that's what I talked about. So here, I was making the videos unlisted here and putting them on Patreon. All right. So as I've said repeatedly, I'm improving the quality and the content of each successive video here, each production. As my equipment improves and my ability to make really interesting, fun videos also improves and becomes, it's a everyday thing for me. I am able to make a clear, concise lesson for you and keep it, on point and not get sidetracked by the camera shaking or whatever. So the universe is working with me to give me back my a recording studio, in exchange for making Schumann Resonances videos. And I'm grateful, and that's what I have been doing and dedicating my time toward this project of making videos on all aspects of the Schumann Resonances, and that's a whole wide variety that encompasses personal areas that are close to my heart. And that's what some of these sidetracks and off topics are things that are close to my heart, like the Respect Tomsk thing. All right. So, so by providing this equipment for me, the universe is providing a pathway for me. And as I get donations, then it sort of also puts that pathway out in front of me that, oh, all right, well, I get to do more stuff at Patreon, for example. All right. So even though it's not necessarily something you folks as, the core individuals here, my family, the group of 15 or 20 of you that are here every single live stream, you don't necessarily need to know about the technical issues of this. However, I do know that some of you are also content creators, you have a channel, and so learning more about how other people use the equipment, what they're doing, tricks and techniques that are useful. I give a shout out to OBS, the capture software. I tell regularly about my studio because, first off, I'm amazed that the universe has provided it for me. 2, I'm grateful. Right? I'm not saying this in a bragging way, hoping it doesn't come across that way, but I'm grateful. This stuff, I look at it, it's like it amazes me. This is just better than I had back when. Technology's improved. All right, well, there you go. Everything's USB now. All right, well, that's a thing. Like, okay, you don't have the serial and then the parallel and then the, add in cards into it. And, oh, yeah, all right. Well, there kind of is adding cards into it anyway. IRQs. So, so I'm grateful, but the technology, the studio is also me. It's also part of what I am, what I do, what I have been doing, and it's a sense of me personally here that, when I talk about my studio and the electronics, you can get a sense of this, that I know what I'm talking about, and I do know, well enough about radio waves, radio frequencies, radio signals, and this kind of stuff. So my guides had suggested to me not to be shy about talking about the behind the scenes technical issues and aspects of making my YouTube content productions, because, like I said, there's others that are doing this. 2, there's a bonding that happens with YouTube creators when we share stuff. Right? Okay, I've been to their channel, they've been to mine. I enjoy hearing Wages talk about his production. What's his name? Mark Pyers. You see his kind of studio in the background. So I like that myself. But it's important for me to discuss this because it's who I am, it's what I do, it's what I love. I need these videos to be an expression of me, expression of what I love, and then it'll be also received that way by others as well. That, the love will come out. That, it's not just a production of the Schumann Resonances, but I went off topic on things like, my Batman headphones. Come on, they were $3. I think they're $3.99. Price tag is gone. They're $2 or $3.99. Come on. I mean, come on. Can I ask you a question? How dare you disrespect the Batman headphones? How dare you? Oh, don't you dare disrespect the Batman freaking headphones. So a big part of me talking off topic, I admit this, is talking about the studio and, things and just the behind the scenes, getting this together. And as far as I'm concerned, that's okay. Right? Because it is me. It's part of me doing this. And sometimes I just need to vent things out to my faithful subs who want to know more about me. And they ask, how are you doing? Well, let me tell you how I'm doing. All right. So I talk about the technology in the studio because I'm having fun doing this. It's part of who I am, and it helps establish my suitability of discussing electromagnetics and radio waves and antennas and the signal that it takes, the signal path, the data acquisition pathway that it takes to get the radio frequency, the harmonic, into the scope so that you can read it online and all of that. Okay, so that on a practical level, talk about the studio on a practical level so that I know what I'm talking about, and I, establish. My guides had said this is a secondary importance thing to this, that it's not something that I need to put first and foremost, but behind the scenes, with me here, this is a technical discussion, not metaphysics, not philosophical. It's a technical discussion on what the Schumann resonances are, what the damn radio frequencies are, and how to read the chart, the scope. Okay? And in between all that, things happen in the studio. All right, so sometimes I go off for a moment and talk about things that happen in the studio, the noise or whatever. All right, you may not hear it, I do. It's distracting, and the way it kind of helps me calm down to get back into the groove is if I kind of release it out like an old-time radio program. I sort of think of this in some ways like that, old-time radio, where I don't have sound effects so much, but I have the visual aid. But I'm, quote-unquote, selling this, a lot of this on my personality and my ability to, make this accessible to you, to, my ability to be an average person, to express this in terms of average people and to relate it to you as an average person. from an average person to an average person. How you doing? Joe Average here. All right, that's Verde Average. That's kind of what the mission here is in doing this. And I'm pretty sure in some cases that it might be a little better to ease people into this and to not go hard and heavy with the technical stuff at first. But, here, as I'm doing these live streams, to kind of ease into the subject so that, first and foremost, we all are here when we can get, we're all on the same page and we're all, we've all kind of been through the waiting room a little bit. We've discussed this. We're all on the same page. Like, at least in theory, that's what a lot of these off-topic videos are, is that there's a bigger picture involved and you just don't know what the bigger picture is because you stepped in the middle of one and it wound up being a long-winded discussion on what makes, Tomsk S.O.S. so great. And it's 15, 20 minutes of me gathering on about Tomsk, and I haven't even gotten into the, what the color codes mean, but all right. This is for a general purpose that you new to this don't know and don't understand. And so that's fine. But stick around, hang around, there's a method to this madness. And the best information on the Schumann Resonances is vetted and it's couched in, how do I say this? It is surrounded by lots of other reading material that you should know as well. I think that's the best way to put it. All right. So, there's a number of content creators, like I said, that watch my show, and I think it's important for people who are in this, that are serious about it, to know not just about how, the Schumann Resonances work, but the bigger, broader picture of electromagnetics. There's other people, there's other shows, YouTube shows, channel that are marginally related to this, but it's like there's overlapping areas. And so, sometimes I go off from topic to talk about bigger, broader issues as well. Okay, I accept that. I make it a conscious point not to challenge other people's beliefs. I have beliefs. I don't want challenged. I can't, a belief is basically a deep-held dependence on something unseen and unprovable. Okay, I think that's the best way to put it. That you're not able to prove your belief, but it's what keeps you going. All right. And to me, it's kind of sacred. I don't want to challenge someone's belief because that's what keeps them going. I can't prove it. I can't disprove it. It's not for me to do that. And likewise, I don't want my beliefs, fiddled with or messed with. So, I work to respect all the beliefs that are within the ascension-based community, right? There's a lot of stuff that's not based on fact. It's not factual. I'll do my best to disprove it on the factual arena, but I can't. And it doesn't matter because the person's still holding on to that belief anyway. Right? I tried to dissuade him that it's a belief, it's not a fact. What you're saying is not relative to Schumann Resonances. I don't care about anything else, but there's a lot of belief that are out there relative to the Schumann Resonances, and it's my job to present the facts, what's verifiable, what's measurable, and not what I call the happy horseshit of the ascension seekers who have said some pretty far out, ridiculous things related to the Schumann resonances and those spectros. All right, fine. It's not my job to change them or challenge them. However, what you're saying is not a fact based on the Schumann resonances themselves. What's measurable, what the machine can measure. All right. So, it can take me a while to tap dance around the subject and be graceful about it, to not directly challenge some stupid, deep-held beliefs in something that's not true, or that, the Schumann resonances don't do that. They couldn't do that. So, because of a lot of this, tap dancing, makes me tired, and, do you have your belief? I have my belief. You feel fine throwing your belief out in the middle of this. It goes both ways. So some of what I do talk about off mark is a belief break, if you will. I don't know, maybe a spiritual reprieve of stuff that's hopefully that's refreshing, that's not the same old of a lot of these deeply held beliefs that are just rhetoric. So that's part of the reason why I go off track, is to couch myself, kind of insulate myself from the BS rhetoric. It's one way to look at it. I realize I can go off topic for a multitude of reasons, not just because I'm scatterbrained, but because sometimes the subject matter requires it. Sometimes I am looking for something and get lost in the paperwork and, as it were. And so, all right, so I have a hard time getting back on track. All right. So, so there's more on this. I'm not going to bother reading it. There's something that I just wanted to say. Like, my view of being famous, having more viewers. Like, when I worked at the club in the bar in downtown, it had 150 people occupancy, basically. And that would be a full club. People would want to talk to me while they went to get ice. Okay? I'm working. I only have maybe a minute I can spare with each person. And so, here's the thing about there being more people, and I alluded to this earlier, that how many people can I give my quality time to relative to how many people want my time? Okay? Yes, my time is valuable. There's a lot of people who potentially would want my time because they want to talk about the Schumann resonances. Okay? And that's all fine and good, but at a certain point, I want to talk with adults. And that would be, perhaps, my longtime viewers who have been through this and who I've developed a bit of a rapport with. Okay? And, the question is basically, how many of those people the door opens up, there's more people that come in. How many of those people do I want to talk to? I don't know. Potentially all of them? I don't know. But how many people can I give my dedicated time to? How many of those people can I get together as, say, a small group of 6 and explain the same topic together so I don't have to re-go over it again 6 individual times? That's something that is important to me as well. Like, more people that come in. Yeah, there's more people that come in and more popular. That is more people that I need to explain stuff I've already gone over once, at least once. And if I've gone over it once and it's basic enough, I will have gone over it 200 times. you know. Like Dutch, if you've ever followed his broadcasts, you know, he says the same thing. In a lot of cases, he says the same thing every day, you know. Pressure transfers across the plate. There you go. You know, like, and there's a bunch of things he says. It's like, you know, you listen enough, it sounds like a broken record. So there's an offset. So yeah, okay, great. It's great to be popular. It's great to have more people, but okay, well, having more people doesn't make it a more quality experience for for others who've been around for a long time and having a lot of experience with newcomers on the Facebook thing. It's like, well, you know, there's a lot to be said for developing the dialogue with those who've been around for a while. Okay, I'll just put it that way. All right, so I'm at 50 minutes into this. This is the introduction, should be the introduction to the colors video. I'm going to play some music here, I think, so we can fade in. You all know how much I love that music. Yeah, this is Aaron's mix. He's a DJ. He has a paid service, and so he gets to pick through music. He gets a good pick of music because he actually pays for it. He's a DJ, so all of this stuff is already got a license to play it publicly, just for whatever it's worth. Anyway, all right. So this is the end of the introduction here, part one. The other video I think will start shortly, and you know, we'll be getting on with the show soon. This is almost an hour. It was a lot longer than I had planned. The other one was about an hour, so I was like, oh no, I'm going to do the second one and make it shorter. No, didn't happen. You know. All right, so onward and upward with that. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone's love and support and your comments and your, you know, your donations. Like, share, subscribe, comment, good, bad, or otherwise. Thumbs up it, thumbs down it, whatever. You know, it shows interest, and that's what keeps me up floating in the algorithm, is the interest from you guys. So thank you for your interest, and I will see you on the next video, which is going to start soon, I think. All right, bye. Namaste. Back, I'm here. All right, I have a meter. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're going to see what is on the agenda for the next video. Thank you all for the comments, everyone, the chat. I appreciate everyone being here, your love and your support. I do this because I need people to know about the Schumann Resonances, but just doing it itself isn't as much fun as if there's not a dialogue and a conversation with people, right? Like, that's what kind of makes this. It's not just teaching, it's not just kind of being there. You know, it's the light going on in your head and having someone I can talk to with about this. That's sort of the other part of it, is that as people are learning, I get a conversation partner and a chat partner in the Schumann Resonances. And ultimately, that's what is the most important thing about life on this planet, is finding people you can chat with about like things. All right. So, on that general kind of note, I guess. Oh, this is, I think, though, I would call this the rant about Tomsk. I think I didn't realize it until after, and I heard the review that I did of the afterwards, and I'm like, oh wow, I didn't talk anything about the color codes, but I did rant about Tomsk. All right, so let me hear my rant. I don't think I've actually heard this all the way through. Hello, I'm back. My name is Verde Arbusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance channel on YouTube and on Facebook. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all the comments, the love, the support that I've gotten from people. Thank you all very much. I just got done making an introductory video, about 15 minutes explaining this, but in a nutshell, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a series of short videos that talk about the topic at hand. What we're looking to do right here is to go through the Schumann Resonance Spectrogram and to provide you with some explanation, some, I call it decryptifying. I think that's a great word, to decrypt the Schumann Resonance the Schumann Resonance Spectrogram. Okay, so the spectrogram is one of those great mysteries of this community, the Ascension community, where we talk about the Schumann resonances. This is one of those great mysteries of this, and my job here, by contract, is to explain to people the basics of the Schumann resonance and give the scientific and technical expertise of what you're looking at. Now, I'm not interpreting this for you relative to your metaphysical beliefs. I'm not telling you what you're looking at relative to your ascension belief is. I think that's important to know. I don't step into the arena of a belief. We all have beliefs. I have my own belief. It's not that I don't have a belief. Everyone has a belief, but its beliefs are based in invisible things that you can't really prove. It's really that simple. And if you are able to prove it, it's not a belief. It's not a belief system. It just is the nature of it. And a lot of people get upset when they say, "Oh, you can't." My belief is verifiable, and I believe in science. It's all the same. It's all the same to me. It's all the same. It's still based in an invisible thing. Number one. Number two, your best logic and reasoning is still only a sense. Right? We have lots of scientific truths that we look at as being concrete, and it is it's solid and it's stable and you can't rock that, and my beliefs are based on fact. That may be true. However, logic is a sense, and so all belief, especially logical ones, are based on a sense. They're based on a perception. And perhaps the perception is that you and you alone are correct. I don't know. It's a thought, it's a question, but that's part of what happens with the belief system is we convince ourselves that it's right, it's absolutely correct, and yet it's based on imaginary things, okay? God does exist, there is a God, but that doesn't mean he's sitting on a throne, that he is a he, that he is this or he is that, or that he even is a he. Okay. So we get real wrapped up in these invisible things that we can't really prove because they're in our head and we need them to be correct. All right. So I need my belief to be correct, but I'm not pushing it out on anyone else because I don't want to have my belief thrashed about, and so therefore I am not doing that to other people in their belief. I work with what I know and what I can prove. That doesn't mean it's great or it's wonderful. I'm just, let me put it this way. What makes a following in the facts to be wonderful is it cuts out a lot of the arguing and the bickering, quite honestly. What can I prove? What can I show? There you go. We don't need to argue about it. If you don't believe what you're seeing, if you don't, if you don't agree with what you're seeing, then that's on you. Okay, but let me just show you where I'm getting my data from so you yourself can make the same informed decision that I do. A lot of this is either you accept it or you don't. And even in the scientific community where, you have the greatest truths, these unimpeachable, so-called unimpeachable truths, it's based on peer review, right? The truth is basically a popularity contest, in other words. Again, scientific literature goes before peer review, right? It's all the same. You either believe it or you don't. With the scientific method, they look at your means of getting the data, your methodology, how you came across the data. That's what they pick on. That's what they look at. So if your methodology and all of that was messed up, then your results are going to be messed up. And so part of this in the discussion of the Schumann Resonances is, what is your belief system? Do you believe the Schumann Resonances are rising? That they are going to rise? Right? It's a belief system, because I will show you point blank, they're not rising. The best scientific data we got says that the Schumann Resonances are not rising. They're not going to be rising at any point, as long as there are the constants that constrain the motion of the waves. The 7.8 is going to stay at 7.8, give or take 0.3 or up to 0.5, plus or minus half of a hertz. That is the maximum the Schumann resonance is going to be rising, 0.3, maybe 0.5. In fact, it dips to 0.5 and it might rise to 0.3. So the Schumann resonances lower and they drop as much as they raise. Okay? Yet, people want to believe what they want to believe, and that's fine. So we don't have to argue about it. Your belief is sacred. Your belief is your belief. My belief is my belief. We're not going to get into that. What we're getting into is what I can show you. What's verifiable, what the data says, what the facts say, what the information says. This is what I stick with. Not some 5D ascension, we're all going to heaven and we don't have to do any work and we can just frolic in the sun and we can be total turds and somehow the universe will magically reward us just because I believe that that's how it happens. All right, so we all have a belief. I'm not stepping in anyone's belief. That's not what this is. So on that happy and cheery note, let me get on with the material at almost 8 minutes into this. All right, so what we're looking at here is we're examining the 4 parts of the Schumann resonances. All right, so this is going to be this part of the video is going to be just focusing in on the spectrogram here. Okay, so let me read to you what it says. This is the 28th of December, how to decrypt the color codes of the Schumann resonances. All right. This is a discussion how to read or interpret the color elements. All right, so we're just working on the color elements, not really more than that or anything greater than, I'm showing you how to read the colors. All right, basically. Okay, and I already explained this is going to be part of a multi-part instructional video. It's going to be on Facebook. And I already did the first part, first introduction, like I said. All right, so this video is just an introduction of the basic elements of the chart from the Tomsk S.O.S. The most common report of the Schumann resonances comes from the S.O.S, which is the Space Observing System at Tomsk State University, which is based in Siberia, Russia. Tomsk State University is a publicly funded institution which provides the constantly running report free of cost through the internet or app to the general public. Actually, I'll read it over here.
There are multiple sites around the world which measure Schumann resonances. Not all of these, in fact, most of them, do not make these reports readily available to the general public, certainly not for free, certainly not just for you punching in an internet HTTP address into your browser. You actually have to look for this information and find it. You have to search, you got to do your research. However, in published studies, one may find the reports of these sites' measurements. All right, so if you have been with me for a while, you will know that in my catalog, my archives, and I think in one series of videos, the browser dump specifically, I had mentioned a number of, there's like 4 or 5 published reports from antenna makers. One was Greece, another was a student in Japan, or a student group in Japan. One was Mexico, I think. And I forget the other places of where the antenna makers were. But if you go into my archives, there's a few videos from other antenna makers besides Russia and besides Italy. All right. So I'm going to say a note on this, because people, I could probably do just a video on just this itself, but people regularly ask me, where are all of the Schumann resonance reporting data, right? Why is there only data from Tomsk, right? How come there's no other places that are, reporting out to the public what the Schumann resonances are and the reports and all of this? So that's a question I got. I can address this on a whole video unto itself, but since I'm here talking about this, the first part of understanding the spectra from Tomsk is understanding, the nature of this. First and foremost, Tomsk is a state-run university. Why does Tomsk have this and no one else does? All right, so first off, so Tomsk is a state-run university that actually it's like a technical institution, right? It broke off in, I think it was 1966, from the parent institution of the Tomsk Polytech University, which is right next door to it. If you look at it on the map, and I've shown this before, if you look at it at the map, it's right next door. They're right next door to each other. All right, or right in the same block. We'll put it that way. So they have been. Tomsk actually has a. Hold on, let me find this. Okay, this is the. It's a Wikipedia page, of course. But you can see that what we're looking at is the Tomsk State University of Control Systems and Radio Electronics, which I'm pretty sure they have within Tomsk. There is a number of, let's see if I can find, there's a number of, not that, all right, of course I got rid of it. There's a number of, okay, so on the screen you see at Tomsk, there's a number of different schools and departments that you can look into. Okay. All right, so I'm just kind of go through some of the things they got at Tomsk. So they have a lot of, showing it all? Yeah, all right. So there's a number of different schools and faculties and departments at Tomsk University. All right, so one of the things that they do here is they measure the Schumann resonances, and that is part of the control systems and radio electronics. I'm pretty sure. I haven't been able to exactly nail it down to who is exactly in charge of the spectrogram, but this seems to be one of the main focuses, the main kind of areas that I'm pretty sure, I am like 90% sure that this is the place that's in charge of doing the spectrogram. Okay. So Tomsk University is one of those places that measures this. They take a lot of pride in providing the world with engineering students, I can do a video on just the Tomsk and all of that. But it's important to know when we talk about this that these guys do the research and they make it public because it is a public institution. Okay. And the reason that they're posting this online is because it's part of their curriculum to do this. Does that make sense? It's part of the curriculum. Where am I? All right. It's part of the curriculum of Tomsk that they actually broadcast this online. It's part of the educational environment. It's part of the academic work of not only them recording this, but posting it online. Okay? You got to understand that. Why is Tomsk so different? Because they make it a point because of their pride and the integrity they have in their work to post it online. That's why. That is why you don't see other antenna manufacturers, other antenna operators posting online and maintaining it like Tomsk does. Okay. They are measuring the Schumann resonances. You have to remember that. Tomsk is measuring the Schumann resonances for the fact of them being Schumann resonances. And it's a point of pride and it's a point of honor of them to give you the best data possible. Okay? After reading through what they've done, what they've accomplished, you can see it is a wide, it's their professional mission to bring this good data and good engineering to the people. Okay, I'll just put it that way. So that's why Tomsk provides this free to the people, whereas other places don't. Okay, why is Tomsk different? Because they make it a mission to be different. Right? I think it's important to understand that they're different because they make it a point to be different. All right. Now, there's another site that we have in Italy. Okay, so this one here, all right, this is the Italian site. This is Cumiania. I don't think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but this is another. I'm getting this is sourced from disclosurenews.it. Okay, so this one here is the one for the 26th. The spectrum on the top is from the 26th. They haven't updated it in the last 24 hours, obviously. Okay, so I did a video where I compared both the Tomsk, both of these spectros, Tomsk and, let me move this over. So Tomsk, and I've compared the two of these, the one from Russia and the one from Italy. All right, I've explained the difference of what makes them similar and what makes them different. All right, so I'm not going to go into that now. But the two, just what I'm talking about right now here is the introduction of the text. Before I even get into the subject matter, excuse me, I wanted to, excuse me, hold on. Okay, so before I even got into the subject matter, talking about the description at hand, I wanted to bring up Tomsk, or I should say, before I get into the actual content of the video itself, I wanted to talk a little bit about Tomsk. All right, and this is going to, this is a Wikipedia page. I guess I should put the link in the description. So it's basically what it says here, founded in 1962. Tomsk TUSUR University was formed when two facilities, the facility of radio engineering and the facility of electric radio control, split from Tomsk Polytech University to create a new educational institution. All right, so the date was incorrect. So 1962, these guys set out to be on their own, to stand on their own, apart from the Tomsk Polytech University. All right. So it is, 1962, they've been doing this. They're shortly after Professor Schumann in 1952, this relatively speaking, 54 actually, where he finally got his first good measurement. 8 years later, these guys, formalized their institution. All right. So it's, with good understanding that you can see that that they've been doing this for a while. And Tomsk University provides the information free to the public and maintains the website that's important for putting that out there. All right, That's another important thing to consider. Why don't more people do it? Have you ever hosted anything online? Right? Why? Right? Come to me, ask me these questions, right? I will give you the best answer possible, right? And the first thing is, you're asking why more of these people don't do it. First off, a website costs money, right? Costs money. The hosting costs money. The upkeep on the website itself costs money, right? Tomsk, being a technical university, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they have people there on site, students or alumni, that also monitor and maintain the website. Okay, if you go into what Tomsk does, there are radio electronics and all of this, very technical. They're very technical minded. So you have to look at it that way. It's not just that Tomsk is doing this as a service for you because you're the public at large and you somehow feel you have a need to know. That's not why they're doing this. They are doing this because they have pride in what they do, and they're a technical institution, and part of the resources that it takes to do this is absorbed into the cost of the school itself. Why don't more antenna makers do this? Because they are not a technical school designed for doing this, and they also don't have a department of the school that maintains the website. Okay. The one in Italy that I showed you, Comiania, okay, this is different. This is not Schumann Resonances for the sake of Schumann Resonances. This is earthquake detection. Okay, it's important to understand that. What makes the difference between the Tomsk S.O.S and their reporting of the Schumann resonances and the Italian network is that the Italian network is there for earthquake prediction. Italy is a very seismically, that whole area over there is very seismically unstable. They frequently get earthquakes. They frequently get landslides from stuff happening regularly. In the literature, they talk about having a detection system to help prevent death. So, why does Italy make theirs public? Well, they don't really. Let's make sure we understand that. They don't really make it public. I'm getting this through the Disclosure News website. I couldn't tell you where on earth you would go to access the information from the Central Italy network. Now, I don't read and write Italian. If I did, I know that would help. But, nowadays everything gets translated into English. So, all right, so there's a 90% chance that if it's out there, I could find it. And I don't find it. Their website, the website of these guys here, okay, there is a bare bones website. There's links to their research, but it's not the ongoing real-time data of Tomsk. So in the case of these guys here, they provide the information free to institutions of public service, like maybe hospitals, maybe educational institutions. They'll provide the access to, like, the Disclosure News website. They've been around for a while. They've been doing that, but Disclosure News uses mostly the Tomsk data and not necessarily the Italian data that we have here. It's a different way of looking at it. It's very confusing. It's if you are used to looking at one and then you suddenly go over to the other without knowing the ins and outs of how to read it, you're mystified. It really is mystifying. There's no green on here. There's no orange. There's no, this is like a black and blue. Basically it's a, blue and white version, not black and white. It's a blue and white version of the Schumann resonances. This one's much different than the one over here. All right. So again, I've talked about the differences and how to read them. I will do more about that later, but just for the point being, in fact, this whole video almost answers that one question, right? I'm going to stop this one shortly. This video almost answers that one question entirely. Why is not more information on the Schumann resonances found? Question mark? It's because, number one, you don't really have the need to know. I mean, I'm not going to say you don't have a right to know. You know, it's free. You know, it's information. But if the information, if the resources being used, uh, if all of the the antennas are done for like the Central Italy network, it's theirs. You don't have, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but you have no claim to their data. If they spent all the money, they spent the time, they spent the research and all of their effort to get it, and you didn't put anything into it, what right do you have to their data that they paid for? Again, the difference between Tomsk and the rest of the world is Tomsk is doing that for their classes, and the website is made as part of doing this for the students. There are not many student-run, if you will, in these educational institutions, students do a lot of the work. So there's not many, institutions that provide data out to the public to see out of the goodness of their hearts, right? And so I think the question can almost be answered why there aren't more institutions that post out just vastly out there for the internet is because it is not necessary for what they're doing. A lot of these sites publish information to peer-reviewed literature, which is available to you if you look for it. Okay, a lot of these institutions that do the research on the Schumann resonances are either doing it for earthquake prediction, remember that. Not many of the Schumann resonances stations, or it's actually a VLF station. There's not many VLF or ELF stations that are doing this just so you know about the Schumann resonances. They're making it either for earthquake prediction, okay, or for the rhetoric about global warming, okay. So if you're not studying up on those two things, either earthquakes or the global warming, blah blah blah, you don't really have a need to use it. What do you want to know it for? You have a good working example, and it sounds like I'm being a turd when I say this, but there's a point where you provide information free to the public and they run with it and they say whatever, So part of, in my opinion, the reason why it's a good thing that more of this is not provided to the people at large is because if you don't know what you're looking at, you're going to just talk out of hot air and you're just going to say whatever, right? A lot of people look at the Tomsk, they look at this, and they will say the frequency's rising, right? It's a thing. The most basic thing here of what's not happening, people say, oh, it's happening. So, quite honestly, if you don't know what you're looking at and you don't know how to read this, maybe you should not have that information provided to you for free. That's my personal view on this. If you go into the literature, you'll find it. You'll find it. You go into my videos and you will see where I have given you spectros and readouts from the antenna makers, right? But if you don't know what you're looking at, if you don't know how to read it, if you don't know a lot of the basics here, that which I give you on my channel, if you don't know what you're looking at, you're going to misread the chart. That doesn't do you any good. That doesn't do them any good. The providers of the information, it does a disservice. So it's my humble opinion that more of it should not be made public until you know how to read it. And then when you do know how to read it, you'll find the information there. There. So that kind of is the answer to why aren't more of these available to the public? Because you don't know what you're reading. You don't know what you're looking at. And if you did know what you're looking at, you would find the information there. Okay? It's that simple. All right, so I have gone through that. I think I'm repeating myself now. So, all right, so this is like part 2 of this little series here, where I talk just about Tomsk and getting that the information there. All right, so thank you all for being here. I appreciate very much the love and support. Thank you very much, and I will see you in the next video, which should be coming up shortly. Thank you. The Mast.
I'm back. In the comments, talking about the PNSN Pacific Seismic Network. I'm trying to think of exactly what the acronym stands for, but it's basically the Pacific Network of Seismic Monitoring, essentially. They mean well. They have a lot of equipment. I'm sure they do something. Trying to think of what nice things I can say for them. Some organizations spent a lot of money outfitting them with equipment. They don't seem to publish a lot of what they're detecting. My view is that it's not just my view. Dutch also has this view much more deeply held than I do. I'll put it that way. And others, that the Pacific Seismic Network may not be the most reliable and dependable as to reporting of what's happening out there in the Cascadia zone. And why? Because they are afraid. Not because you don't have a right to know, but because they're terrified and they don't know how to deal with it, quite honestly. And I think that a lot of what they see is terrifying to them, and it upsets them professionally. How do I say this? There's a mark of professional pride in a lot of this, like with Tomsk, like I was saying. And let me just say this. It was important for me to go on about talking about Tomsk the way I did. I needed a rant. I needed that 30 minutes to go on about that and just put it out there, such as I did. I think that here's my kind of thought on this. It's not that you, as a nobody, really mean all that much that they fudge data so that you, John Q. Nobody, is like, oh yeah, you don't want the average person to know what's going on. Yeah, in some ways, there's some truth to that. I don't think that's the biggest motivator. I think what really kind of is happening in a lot of these cases is that they're finding data that's outside of their models. I think that, all other explanations being equal, there's not some conspiracy, it's not some kind of, evil mastermind. The most likely explanation, what is it? That the data is outside of their models and they can't provide a model fast enough. And in some cases, what's happening is it's not just outside of their model, it's outside of their experience to be able to talk about. So, as again, with the Schumann, there's what I know and what I can show. Okay? I think that's a good way to put it. That there's a certain perception, a certain show, that they're censoring, they're hiding data, and I can't say it's not true. I can't say it doesn't happen. I mean, it does. But I think that a lot of what's being hidden from us is data that they don't know how to deal with. And it may be off-track data or off-topic, or it may be out of bounds. And I really think more than, like you see here, perfect example here, with the out of range data that the people looking at it, they don't know what they're looking at. Right? Oh, it's off the chart. Oh, I've never seen this before. Did you look the last time there was a freaking earthquake? Like, all right, the station's been around since, for 8 years now, or 5 years. Yeah, like, how much of this has been happening outside of what we've been able to measure? I don't know, but you wonder, is it more of it happening because more of it's happening, or is it that we're just able to measure more of it? I don't know. Maybe a combination of both. Maybe the thing wasn't there to be had until there was a way to measure it. That's possible as well. That not all laws existed at the beginning of time. And so when you come to this with a premeditated theory, such as the uniformitarian theory that says there's no catastrophes, that it's same as it always was and always will be. Okay, so if you're operating with that as your first principle, and then you come up with something that disproves that principle, that the catastrophes certainly are a thing, that there hasn't always been just one long, steady state of progress, that Earth's history and the history of the species very much is punctuated by stair-step evolution. That at certain times there was an extinction, we bounced back from that somehow magically, or there was a low point in Earth's history, and then magically the visitors from outside came and helped people with their evolution, and like all kinds of things. So there's a lot more to this that is not explainable than is explainable. And science, for all its wonderful and great stuff, comes up with theories that are abstracts to how it works, and there's a lot of imaginary numbers to get all this stuff to work. Oh, good golly. So this is really part of the belief of science, right? There's a belief in everything. I talk about the belief in the Schumann Resonances, the belief in science as well. You take God out of the picture. At one point, theos was the search for the divine. Okay, hypothesis, theory, theorem, right? It's searching for the divine, for God. Well, when you take the divine out of the picture, then what are you searching for in your theory? Well, like a house divided can't stand. At some point, that's what a theory was that your belief, your idea of how it all fits together, the divine, and yet you've taken the divine out of it, and it's become something, how do we conquer nature, like that type of a thing. Like, all right, something's not gonna stand up. So, all right, so I'm rambling. All right, so that's part of what the battle here is for this, is that what do I know and what can I show? That's sort of what we're talking about. There's a lot of beliefs to this, but what can I show? All right, I lost my train of thought, and I have to get back on track. All right, so I am going to move on to the actual. All right. So this is the I think this is the beginning of intro. All right. Let's see if I stay on track with this one. All right, so this one's only half an hour.
I'm Verdi Arbusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance channel on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the love and the support. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the feedback. If you're new here, welcome. And stick around. It hopefully will get a little easier for you to understand this stuff. If you're new here, ask me questions, specific questions. Read a little bit. There's no, there's no dumb questions to this, because there's a very steep learning curve to this. And if you have not been, I have a built-in advantage in this, that I have worked at radio stations. I've done audio video editing. I've fixed computers. I've worked on computers. I've studied electronics. I've for quite a long time, I have been, interested in electronics. When I was at college in the public speaking course, Mitchell College in New London. The public speaking class, you have to give a demonstration. One of the exercises was you have to give a demonstration speech, and I spoke on loudspeakers, and I gave a demonstration on how a loudspeaker works. Okay, so for me, this is second nature. I understand a lot of this stuff coming into it. It's from I have a basis of understanding coming into this. You may not. Right. So there's a lot of concepts here that are going to be new, and I don't want the jargon, I don't want the vocabulary to get in the way. So if there are words that you don't understand, please feed them back to me, ask me questions, ask me specific questions, but I really am here to help you. I really want you to understand what it is you're looking at, more than just that it's a diagram. It's important for me to make this understandable to you. I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything out of this by me confusing you, right? I'm not here to boost my ego or blow smoke up your pantaloons. My job here is to make this as easy to understand as you can. And if you don't understand all of this, that's fine. Some of this, hopefully some of this you can understand. And if you don't understand all the nuts and bolts, all the intricacies of it, that's fine. As long as you get a lot of the basic concepts. And a lot of times I say, this is extremely important. Like if you're going to know anything, know this, and as I'm going through stuff, I make it a point to point out things that are important for people to know. Like, for example, what the 7.8 hertz frequency represents. Okay, and the fact that 7.8 hertz is not moving, except for just a little tiny bit. It's moving up 0.3, it's moving down 0.3, but it ain't moving significantly past 7.8. And there's a reason for that. And a lot of what I'm here doing is to kind of give you the alternate view than the rhetoric of the ascension agers, or the ascension seekers, as I like to call them. Right? People that are just rhetoric about, the raising of the frequencies. And man, oh, it's all love, or even it's all light, yeah, but no. It may be all light, oh yeah, it's all light. But remember, light is a particle, or it's a wave, or man, it can be both. And I've talked about that. I've talked about light as a particle, light as a wave. I've talked about you as a particle, people as particles, and people as waves. Right? That's how it relates. It may be all light, but sometimes it may be more about the darkness than the light. Or it may be all about the light, but sometimes that light can be both a particle and a wave. Meaning, you're an individual at this minute, you can act individually, or you can be part of the group. Or you can be both, or, like either or. That's part of what the whole thing about, oh, it's all light is it's on a spectrum. And the one end of the spectrum may not know what the other end of the spectrum is doing. Right? There's a time function. It's not all light. There is a time function that is involved. Here in Earth, here in 3D, there is definitely a time function involved. Okay, so with that introduction, this is the third video into this, and I haven't gotten into the actual material yet. But the last video I explained about the measurements at Tomsk and what makes Tomsk so special. And like I said, I think I want to do a video on more on Tomsk and give you some more information on them. But for the time being, I made the point of explaining why Tomsk is different from the rest of the world. There's a number of reasons why Tomsk is different, and one of those reasons is that they make it a point to provide this information free to the public because it's a mark of pride on their part. Right? They're an engineering school. They have a school that's, within one of their courses of study, they have this information on the Schumann Resonances, and it's part of their mission to provide it free to the world, right? No one else got that. It's that simple, right? They're unique. And so Tomsk should be given some respect for that they're not hiding data, they're not falsifying data, because it is a mark of pride for them to provide this information as freely to the public as possible. It's that simple. You know, if the institution was like a lot of them, they would keep it hidden and you'd have to hunt for it, but they don't. They want to make it free to the public. It's because it's their mission. All right, so on with the text. All right, so this video is going to be talking about just the spectrogram. All right, so there's multiple parts to this. There's 4 panels. All right, so the first one here is the spectrogram, and this is a recent one. I took this from today, by the way. So this is the spectrogram. Yeah. Then underneath it, this is the amplitude. All right, so I'm reading here. This is amplitude. The next one is quality, and then the next one under it is frequency. Okay. The spectrogram, boop, this right here. The spectrogram, this is a composite view which is drawn or plotted from real-time information received from the dependencies. So the dependencies of amplitude, of quality, of frequency. The spectrogram is the full color report, this one here on the top. All right. It shows spikes of amplitude, which you're not really seeing here, but you can see, sort of see lines here. And actually, this right here is a spike of amplitude. You see this kind of thing? It's not in the same way you think about it, but boop, you see that right there? All right, that's amplitude. All right, so you see this is, it's not a spike as people think of like with a pencil. You see those like quick, you know, the quick bursts, and that's what people think of as a spike of amplitude. But this right here is a spike of amplitude because you got the red, the white, and the green here. And you see especially that in the middle of the boom. Okay. Shows the spikes of amplitude as vertical lines. Magnetic waves are shown as horizontal bands. So that's these right here. Well, actually, this is a good example. That's a horizontal band. That is a magnetic signature there. Okay. These 2 variable directions of patterns in the spectrogram represent the direction of light, the direction of travel of the signals being measured. All right, so this is how amplitude travels. It propagates this way, okay, upright, like it's a lightning bolt. Then it comes out in like a column. Comes right at you as if it's a person, like, you know, with the head up and the feet on the bottom. All right, so it's upright like that. That's the electric portion. That's the amplitude. The amplitude is the height of it. What happens is that information, that data, the signal gets ground into the earth. You know, you have that charge. It sparks. It arcs from the upper DC circuit, the ionosphere, into the ground, and then it propagates this way upright. So what you are seeing with the antenna, the vertical portion, vertical conductivity they call it, the vertical portion, the antenna is upright like this. So that is a reflection. That shape that you're seeing, like a pencil, is what you're seeing with amplitude. So the shapes, this isn't the best example to give here because there's not a lot of vertical spikes here that I can show you. In the archive, there's lots of others of them, but just this is the example. I'm not going to go into that, but this is basically just the direction. You can see a little bit kind of there, not really. There's some, like here's one here. That's kind of a good one there. Not really, but that's a good one. The best one we can see on there. All right, so that's how the amplitude moves, and so that's what you're seeing on, on the chart over there is the spikes of amplitude. All right, now as you can see here, there's not much going on. You get a little bit of a kind of, it's not really a spike that you'd call that, but you know, there's multiple spikes there and multiple spikes there. Ding, 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 ding. All right. So these are what you would call here amplitude spikes. See, there's a point there and it drops. That's the flat top. Some of these are, you know, a lot of these are kind of flat tops, but you see it spikes, goes down, up, down, up, down, up, down, like a sawtooth pattern. All right. So those are various amplitude spikes that are being recorded by the machine. So the amplitude moves vertically like that. Okay. Shows, I read that. Okay, so at the far left, over here, you have, this is the frequency rating. And we're just talking about the spectrogram here. All right, so on this, this is 0. They started 0 on the top, and then it moves down to 40. All right, so 40 hertz is the cap of how far they go. So it's 4 hertz increment. So that's 0, that's 4, that's, actually, hold on. Let me see if I can. Okay, hopefully that's a better, description, or better view. Hopefully that's a better view. All right, I have 2 different sizes of these. You don't need to know this, but I have 2 different sizes of the educational material. One is a bigger one, that's double the size of my screen, and then the other is a thumbnail, so I can put it on the reduced size of it, so I can put it on the videos. So this right here, my teaching model, okay, should give you better better understanding. There we go. Make sure we're all on the screen. All right. So once again, this is 0 to 8, 12. I'm sorry, 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, and 40. All right, so these are the increments of the measurement for the Schumann resonances coming from Tomsk. All right, so you can see it's approximately 7.8. Very relatively thin line today. Not much going on with the Schumann resonances. This right here is the base resonance for the Schumann resonance harmonics. This one right here. All right, this 7.8 line, and you see it's not very fat. So what this is telling you is that the line itself is not very dense. There's not much activity in the Schumann resonances. It's still here at 7.8, or it's actually at 8. Technically it's at 8 there, but it's not going any further than that there, right? It's not, the first harmonic is not going past 8. The fundamental frequency of light around the planet is 8 hertz. So it takes light 8 seconds, or 1/8, I'm sorry, 1/8 of a second to get around the globe. So the fundamental frequency of the Schumann resonances doesn't change. The fundamental frequency is 8 hertz. Based on that, the waves traveling around the planet knock into it. Bang. So that 8 hertz frequency goes around the world 8 times. It's bumped into itself 8 times and caused this harmonic at 7.8. Okay, so the light, the radio information, basically, that's going around the world has bumped into itself 8 times by the time 1 second has gone around. Okay, so in the course of it bumping into itself, it ripples. And that ripple stays essentially fixed at a fixed, point of 7.8. Fluctuates a little bit here and there, but the frequency itself is not going to rise because there are a number of constants that keep it held intact. So that's important for you to realize with the spectrogram, that it's showing you that this 7.8, almost 8 hertz frequency line isn't moving. Now you'll see there's a lot of these other resonances in here. What are they measuring? It's a good question. Chances are the local interference. So I'm not going to go into the lower resonances here before 7.8 because it's my estimation that a lot of these may be local or more local than in your neck of the woods. Different spectrograms, when you look at them, different spectrograms give you different results, especially in this lower band. And there are stations that only measure in this lower, the lowest band, because there's a lot of activity that happens there that you don't really think about, you don't know, or you might, it's below the 8 hertz, but there is a harmonic that is below. It's actually half of 6.6, it's 3.3, so 7.8 minus 3.3 is 4.5. So there's a harmonic approximately at 4.5, 4.5. So it's approximately this one here, right? 4.5, it's approximately this one. So the lowest harmonic of the Schumann resonance is 4.5. That is the first harmonic. The second harmonic is 7.8. All right. So that's what this is telling you. All right. So, all right. The composite, the vertical, where have we gone? All right. So at the far left shows you the resonant frequency. This is the hertz from 4. Again, we go 4 hertz and increments. And actually, the first, you see, you can see down here. All right, this is important to notice. See down here, it's almost black. All right, way, way, way down here, and I say down, meaning at the top of the chart. All right, this is almost at 0. The Schumann resonances start being measured here, okay, at 0.3. So 0.3 of a hertz is where they start getting measured at, and not 0. All right, so the 3.3, 30, 300, the demarcation line of where they pick is at 3. So VLF to ELF, I think it's different organizations use these numbers in different ways. So they don't all universally across the board have the same frequency rating. Sometimes VLF, as in Italy, is 1 to 120 hertz. Okay, so for some of these stations, VLF is they're not all the same. So you have to understand where, when you're looking at something, which designator of the VLF or ELF you're looking at. So VLF technically would be 3 to 30 hertz. Okay, so these guys go higher than, they go a little lower than 3, they go a little higher than 30. All right, so they go to 0.3 on the lowest end, and they go to 40 on the upper end. So this is a little bit beyond, technically it's beyond the VLF range, but each of these places does it kind of a little differently. So we're basically saying this is the VLF range. Yet Berkeley, out in California, has VLF to 120 hertz. So it depends on where you go. They're not all the same. This is a little disclaimer here. It's important for you to know what you are looking at when you are looking at these things. All right. Where else am I? All right. So the top is 40, or the max, the top. So they put, it's up. So the numbers are right side up, so you can read them. But when I talk about the top, I mean up here. When I talk about the bottom, I mean, down here. All right. So they have this upside down. All right. I don't know a better way to put it, but they have it upside down where 0 is at the top and 40 is at the bottom. So it can be a little confusing when we talk about, what's the top and what's the bottom. All right. So there's that confusion. So, don't hold to, the gospel to the direction of, well, you said top, when you meant at 40, which is, the top is really here. The top of the chart is at 40. See this down here? That's the top. 0 starts at the bottom. So this is the bottom of the chart, and this is the top of the chart. Does that make sense? All right. So 0 is the bottom, 4, 8, and then it goes to the top here. So I get confused when I, a lot of times, but that's technically what it's supposed to be, is this is the bottom of the chart and that's the top of the chart, because that's how they have it written there. All right. So the signal, all right, so the signal gets plotted when they do this. It gets plotted from the left, from I say top, the top here, but I mean the top of the graph. So from top down and left to right. Okay, so the top and bottom thing are funny to kind of understand, but in this case I'm using top being at the 0, so it starts at 0 and then they go to 40, and then it goes from left to right, and the left and right are still the same. All right, so there's that little confusing bit, and I'm sorry if this is confusing to you, but if you don't know what you're looking at, then it's going to be confusing. All right, so the 0 is at the top here, and the 40 is at the bottom there. Okay. All right, so those are the hertz, and at the bottom here. All right, so up here you have to date. Okay, this is the date. This was the 26th. The date here is the 27th. All right. And then at the bottom here, running along the bottom, you have the time. All right. So the one closest to the chart is the local time. The number set in white is the local time. And then this number set underneath it in the or yellow would be UTC. And UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated. The UTC is based in Greenwich, England, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, I think it's the home of GMT. There's a university there. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Well-known university, which is eluding me. But if I'm not mistaken, I may be, but I don't think I'm mistaken in this. So that's what. So UTC starts at like I said, Greenwich, England, and then it just goes. After that, each time zone is another hour away. All right. So this is the time scale on the bottom. All right. All right. And so Tomsk. Okay. So Tomsk, when they do their measurements of the Schumann, they have. Let's see. Zoom out. All right. So they have, if you can see, they have. This starts at the 26th at 0 hours, and then you have another 0, then you have another 0. And then you have another 0 here. All right, so that's 1, 2 days, 24-hour periods, and then you have, all right, so 24, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. All right, so they're running now 60 hours of a continuous strip of data, okay? So they can run it a little bit longer. Sometimes you'll see a longer, it varies. Sometimes you'll see data a little bit further out. Sometimes like it's all full. So there is a plotting that happens, and they run this in real time, and you have to kind of take a screen capture of it as it's going by. Okay. So sometimes they post, like I said, a little bit more. Sometimes it's a little bit less. And I would caution anyone that if you're looking at this, just know that it's going to take time to get the data to you. All right? Just understand that. This isn't an appliance like a toaster where you plug it in and then you can turn it on and it's hot like that. There is a lot of moving parts to get this data to you on their website. All right? The spectrogram is measured in one place, and then they send the data somewhere else to post it online. Okay? The antennas take a while to capture the signal. Then there's a processing that comes with it. There is a filtering. There's an amplification of the signal. There is a lot of moving parts to get this out to you. So, please, as a courtesy to the good people of Tomsk, if you see a wider black spot there, just know that it takes some time and some effort to get the signal to you. It's not instantaneous. So please be patient and don't motherfuck Tomsk for them withholding data from you. Please. Don't post that in my comments. If I'm online and I see that, someone mother effing Tomsk, I speak toward it because you don't know what you're talking about. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time. Someone has to put the data online. Just remember that. So it does take a while sometimes for the data to get from point alpha to point Z. Just remember that. So if you see a wide band there, it's not because anyone's hiding information. It's not because you don't want to know it, or they're afraid of what's happening, or they don't want us to know. Man, none of that's correct. None of that's true. None of that's correct. Please spare me that rhetoric. All right. So when you see a big wide band there, just know it takes time to get the information online. Have you ever gone to a website and it took you a little time to get there? You see the little thing going like that, right? Do you think that they're hiding information from you? Maybe. I don't know. You could be that kind of way. I don't know. But are you more of are you that kind of impatient person that when you have to wait, you think people are hiding it from you? Are you that kind of a person? Are you that small-minded and simple? I'm just asking. If things don't go your way instantly, do you think that everything is against you or that they're trying to hide information from you or whatever the other rhetoric? You could be, I don't know, but that's not what is happening here. There's a lot of moving parts. It takes a lot to get the data out online, and who knows where where the data is being held, right? Do you know where their server farm is? Because I don't. No, I couldn't tell you where it is. Is it in Russia? Are they warehousing the data in Russia? Well, if you're in America, it might take a little while for you to get the data in America. It- if you were there at the Tomsk State University, you could get it pretty instantly. However, I'm not there, you're not there, so it's going to take some time for the data to get to you. So please don't mother F Tomsk when you have a big wide stripe there and insist someone is hiding something from you, because that's not what the facts support. All right, so just that is a public disclaimer. All right, so the here we are. So the spectrogram. All right, so this is the last paragraph here. I'm almost wrapping this up. So the spectrogram here, think of it as a canvas. This, if you started with the original state without any of the colors or anything on here, it would be just this dark blue. The at-rest fair weather state of the environment is this dark blue. It starts out as almost like you see it down here, almost black. All right, so this color right here at the top that you just barely can see, this right here, all right, that would be the blank canvas. That is the at-rest state of the environment when there's not anything going on. Like when it's a calm situation, you're likely to see more of this dark blue here. Okay. Or even this indiglow, which you see a lot of it in the background. Okay. So the at-rest state basically is a dark blue. All right. So it starts with the dark blue, or as I say, it holds steady. Our hypothetical canvas holds steady as a deep dark blue, nearly black color, waiting for a signal. Okay, so this is a good place to end it, where I talk the next video. I'm going to go into talking about the signal. All right, so. All right. On that cheery note, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the love and support, the comments. Thank you very much, and I shall see you soon. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day. Namaste. Okay, I'm back. All right, what else we got? All right, so we're now like 2.5 hours into it, and we're just now getting into the educational stuff. All right, so if you hung around here long enough, this is where the main attraction is, right here. Bam. It's really, 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 like in this case, there was some things that it was close to my heart. When I talk about Tomsk and people giving this bad, they say bad things about Tomsk because I don't know what they're reading. And I just had to go off on that rant for half an hour. It wasn't really on the topic, but it kind of is. And I just needed to talk about it. So, oh, Bradley's here. Hey, Bradley, you're just in time. We're just about to get into the meat and bones of this here. All right, so, all right, let me folder 1, 3. All right, this is the actual meat and bones of what we're doing here. This is where I started talking about the actual material of what we're here for. All right.
have me? We have a person? Alright, there we are. Hello, I'm Verdi Busto, and this is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on Facebook and on YouTube. I want to thank you for being here. It's actually a few days after the 28th, it's New Year's. I had started making this and I got sidetracked on something else. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. This is part of one of number in an ongoing series on how to decrypt the color code of the Schumann. And I'm intending on making some shorter videos and then putting them online so you can read just the educational material, and then I'm going to string them all together in a live stream, and and then have a discussion on that. And so that's I think it's going to be fun to do that. I've been working on doing that format, and I really do enjoy it. So this is number 4 in that series of an explanation, basic explanation, or somewhat basic explanation of what the color codes relative to the Schumann resonances are. So I'm going to read that now. Electromagnetic radiation waves which are within measurable range are the S.O.S signal, the Schumann resonance signal. The signal is the range of electromagnetic frequency information that is captured by the detector antenna. Okay? There are sections of environmental EMF information within the immediate atmosphere which is not detected, therefore not measured by the antenna wires. EMF information of the atmosphere which does not contact the Schumann resonance antenna detector units is not getting reported on the graphs, therefore not the spectrum. Okay, so to me that seemed like a pretty basic kind of thing, but the point that I want to emphasize is that there can be things that happen in the globe beyond the realm of beyond the reach of the Schumann antennas, because it's just too far away. And so there's a limited scope of what the Schumann resonance antennas can is what I'm saying. And so there are the signal, like this is important to know, what's being measured, is that there is data, information, electronic background information that is not picked up by the Schumann resonance antennas, right? Because of the way that they're made, they're constructed. They're not within the range of the parameter of what is measurable, the design parameters of the antenna. And so if it's outside of that, the operating range of the the antenna setup, it's not going to be recognized as a signal on the Schumann resonance. So the signal is just what is able to be detected within the range of information that's available. The signal is that which is recognizable by the Schumann resonances. So when I say information, there's all kinds of gamma light energy coming in. Yeah, sure, whatever, it's coming in. All of it. Gamma ray, 5-day time shifting energy, all of it. Yeah, there you go, whatever. It is outside of the range of the detectors. Therefore, it is not a signal that is coming in. All right? So that's what, when I say the signal, that's what I'm talking about. It's not just anything that's out, any information that's out there. It's like, celestial radio. You turn the dial, and there's a variable capacitor there. Or is it an inductor? Whatever. It's your rheostat that
terrestrial
changes the
radio
frequency that you can pick up. And so if it's outside of that range of narrow band of frequency, the radio doesn't pick it up. And so that's the same thing here with the Schumann resonances, that if it's outside of the parameter, the frequency, the Schumann antenna doesn't pick it up. All right. Amplitude. It's found immediately below the spectrogram. It's the dependency of amplitude is the height or the vertical component of the signal. This is the measurement of the electric side of it. The number values posted in amplitude are given in units of pico-electron volts. Okay, so this is amplitude here. We have 4 colors of white, yellow, red, and green. Okay, these colors correspond to a mode each. A1 is white, A2 is yellow, A3 is red, A4 is green. I have done a video on the modes and what these represent. All right, it's a work in progress. There's 2, I think. I did a live stream on that as well. In describing what are modes, I use the analogy of brushes. These modes represent the size and shape of a brush tool, which creates or plots the patterns on the spectrum. The configuration or shape of the amplitude brush is skinny and tall, like a pencil. Okay. Quality, which is below amplitude, is the dependency of quality. So the second one here, that's quality. This is the width or horizontal component. It's the measurement of the magnetic side or the current portion of the signal. Magnetic waves propagate as if they were hugging the ground. Horizontal bands of the Schumann resonance spectra reflect the direction of the quality of the signal. These number values are given in units of picoteslas, which are magnetic flux. All right. So by direction, I say horizontal. That's the way that the. So when I say the direction here, in this case, when I say the direction of the signal, I'm talking about horizontal moves hugging the ground. I've used that expression. All right. So the horizontal on the spectro is the quality. That's the magnetics. And the other direction is the upright, vertical, and that's amplitude. Right. So when I say direction, I'm meaning that on the spectrum. In case it wasn't clear. Because again, we're talking about, brushes and making, you're making a picture, a canvas, right? The action of the brushes, one's going this way and the other's going that way. As one is doing this, that they're interacting, right? I think that's the best way to put it. Alrighty. The direction. All right. So the horizontal bands of the Schumann resonance spectrogram reflect the direction of the quality of the signal, and that's basically coming at you. It's heart to heart, if you will. Quality is picotesla, which is magnetic flux. The same for colors are used in the modes of quality. So Q1 is white, Q2 is yellow, Q3 is red, Q4 is green. The configuration of the quality brush is wide and short. All right, so you need to remember something. The colors here represent portions of the signal, portions of the overall signal. So, of the range that's able to be the 0 to 40 hertz, essentially, that range, with up to, you have to look at the attenuation point of the decibel. The electric is measured in decibels of electron volts. Okay, that's the amplitude, decibels, whereas the horizontal is frequency. That's cycles per second. Okay, so so you're what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Right. Okay. So the decibel. This is the decibel rating of it. Okay. So it's a power rating. So this is parts of the signal that go into making it that high. It's like the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, that kind of thing. I talked about musical instruments, though. The better way to recognize it is like a bass, standing bass, right? If these were stringed instruments, that's the best way to look at it. And so the color modes correspond to a portion of the signal. Okay, that's I would say go back and look at the modes. I don't want to go too much into it, but that's what the colors are here. They represent are the different portions of the signal, but it also lets us think of it as a different size brush as well. All right, while we're creating on this canvas, it's a good visual kind of abstract, I think, for a person to lock their heads. Onward and upward. Right, so the quality of the brush is, the configuration of the quality of brush is wide and short. Okay. So frequency, the last image is the panel of frequency. This dependency is matched closely with quality, right, because it's a wave. So frequency is measuring the wave. The height, quality, once again, is the magnetic field. Quality, again, is the magnetic flux. It's a wave which moves at a frequency. Amplitude is not a wave, nor does it move as a frequency. The dependency of frequency is a wavelength measurement, nominally in kilometers, which is attached to the measurement of the wave. This part here, the quality, is the wave. Okay. Frequency is the electric monopole antenna. What they call it a Marconi antenna, the monopole. The dipole is another type of antenna that they use for this. It depends on the frequency that they're looking to get as to where the antenna is tuned. Okay. All right. So that ends this section on part 4, which is the signal, explaining of the signal. The next one that's up is color theory, and that is a little bit more of how we're coming up with these various colors of the orange and whatever that's in there as well. All right, so all right, so thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone's love and your comment and your supports. And if you're making your way through this series, I will see you in the next one. And if you're not, you haven't seen and heard enough, thank you for being here at any rate. And have a great day. nonetheless, anyway. All right. Thank you all. And see you in number 5, I think, which is the color theory. All righty. Thank you. Bye. Nice. Hello. I'm Verde Arbusto. I'm back. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. And this is part 5 of a multi-part series on an introduction of how to read the color codes of the Schumann spectrum. So what I've taken to doing is I like the idea of having relatively short, but not long music intros, and save the music. Okay, so I'm working through, now that the hardware and the technology end of it is good. The studio is giving me nice, I'm kind of coming up with a format of how to use it. And I'm really liking doing this. And so, assumedly, as I'm making this, I'm figuring this is going to be in the middle of a live stream. So, thank you all for being here. If it's your first time here, welcome. Like, share, subscribe, comment, please. Please comment. I want to know if you're getting the material and if it's making sense. I try to present it at the high school person's level. Right. So, with that said, if you haven't by now, go back and listen to the first 4 parts of this and catch up with what's going on. There's a WordPress link. There should be a WordPress link that gives the text for the whole. I never said this. It gives the text for the whole script that I have done. I'm trying to figure out having a brain fart right now. And also Patreon. I need to do more with Patreon and I have subscribers, Patreon subscribers now. So so I really need to do something as well. So with Patreon, I want to give, because I'm able to, I will give the full description, the full text in Patreon. And so if you're a subscriber there, you'll get that as well. So I got to incorporate, now that I have Patreon people, I'm starting to get Patreon people. I need to work more with it. It's just me doing this. So bear with me, but getting money for doing this helps. And thank you for the donations to people. But the more you give me for doing this, the more time I can spend doing this and not doing the other stuff, the landscaping. Right? Just remember that. All right. So onward and upward. All right. So technically, we're not on the 28th right now as I'm recording this, and I don't know when it'll finally be when I actually do the live stream on this. But this, I didn't change this. I pride myself on always having the latest one when I do a video, and it's like, all right, this was from the 28th. I'm still using the model from the 28th. That's fine. However, many of these, I'm not making another. I'm not doing another screen capture for the one on the 28th. I'm still working on the 28th. If I haven't already said that. Technically. technically this is on the 28th. You know, I needed something that day, so this is what my day for that day was. And today, whatever, it's life. It's a project, you know. Yeah, I'm not renaming it just because it's a different day. That's the name of it. You know, that's not the date of it. It's the name of it. All right. So I'm not changing the name of it. Not that you wanted to know or needed to know any of this. Anyway, onward and upward. Droning on. So, all right. So it's from the you know, as a point of pride, as a mark of my thing. All right. Yeah. All right. So that's from the 28th. You know, as a technician, like, you know, all right. That's the one from the 28th. We're still using that. And you can see just while I'm here, you know, you can see flat lines. This is the flat line, what I would call a flat line. See, it's like it hit the floor. Boom, it's at the floor. This, except for these little tiny perkies, spikies. This is otherwise a flat line condition, and this is doing fairly. What do I would say? Fairly, it's at rest state. It's not a flat line per se, you know, but that's like kind of just resting right there. So that's, you know, the terms that I would use right there in this case of what it's doing, and it's also relevant. It's still recent, and we have had that condition recently as well with some of these. So I think it's really important to know that that it is still, you know, even though it's, you know, like the conditions are still persisting that were there, you know, in many cases, and you know, like just so you know, so that it's expressed, you know, like just for the record. I think that's what I'm going to say. Coffee time. Okay, I'm back. I can see my voice is meeting. All right, so at 7:07, we'll officially say I'm starting the lesson of the day. So this is part 5 of color theory, and actually this little line here goes with the last one that I was just reading, but whatever. Editor's note on this. It says F1 equals white, F2 equals yellow, F3 equals red, F4 equals green. The tool or brush configuration of frequency is brightness of the horizontal band. All right, so I just want to say something. I'm still working with what's what, and so on occasion I think you can see, like I saw spike white frequency. It's not amplitude, it was white frequency. Ping, ping. Right? So like, all right, so I'm not expecting to see ping, you know, spikes, tall spikes of frequency. You know, like, all right, so that was, this is recently from when, you know, I didn't see this at the time I wrote this. All right, so now here in my retrospective, you know, it's, you know, now this is the second of the new year. It's almost a week after I was supposed to, you know, my deadline for having done this. So things can change. Right? Anyway, so I just wanted to mention that, you know, as we're figuring out the colors, you know, how we're getting the colors on there. It's from the, you know, the dependencies, which is what I'm going into, which is what I need to go into, and what I had just spoken, the F1, F2, these are dependencies of frequency down here. Right? So F1, that's F2, that's F3, that's F4. All right? So our tool, you know, I refer to this, you know, the dependency as like the brush or the tool, the instrument to get the, you know, the drawing or the painting, or to get the, you know, I refer to the spectro as the canvas, you know, you know, it's like a tapestry, a weaving, you know, where are you getting the directions for the the pattern from. I've showed you in other cases the spectro the density meter that it had on Kumiana. That was red was pegging the meter. It was, at 0 to plus 50, or negative 50 to 0. It was all red. That's the meter going into, you just peg the meter. That's what that is. So if it's in the red, you've gone, you're off the scale. Its ability to measure it is actually, I think. I'm not really sure. But anyway, so the frequency of, there was a peak in the frequency that showed up just recently as a spike. So, all right. Go back to the teaching material here. We have prepared our, our hypothetical canvas. It starts as a deep dark blue. Our palette of primary colors is white, yellow, red, and green. Our brush tools are shaped tall or skinny or short and fat. Okay, this was again, amplitude is tall and skinny, and like pencil, like the shape of a pencil, if you will. And the quality is short and fat. These tools correspond to the various parts of the Schumann resonance signal as above stated, which I just stated. Amplitude strikes first in the form of a lightning discharge between ionosphere and the earth ground. Lightning discharge is an arc which bridges the upper DC circuit, which is plus or minus, that's charge. All right, so the voltage, the height, the amplitude, that is charge. It's the plus or minus of the DC circuit. Okay. With the lower earth-ground DC circuit, which is current, north to south, east and west. Amplitude discharge hits earth ground and it anchors in some of this energy. All right. So we have, there's two DC circuits. There's the first one, the upper, of the ionosphere of the capacitor. Wages World, for those of you who are familiar with him saying it, the Earth acts as a capacitor. Well, it acts as two different types, actually. That's sort of what the DC circuit is. You have the first type of the magnetosphere ionosphere combination. Okay, and there's even the bow shock, the front of that. It's the front of it, the bow shock of that. It's that like figure eight that you see. The front of that captures a lot of it, and then it switches over front of the Earth, toroidal. It captures it, hugs it, flips it around. Right? You got to remember that. Flips it around, and then sends it behind us. All right, like sort of like water in a sense. All right, so at that nexus point, where they converge, that's where it starts giving in to what's dead ahead, the behind it, the ionosphere. That's what pushes, like it's a proper, the sphere is like a perfect shape of it maintaining its shape and also kind of being able to withstand a external force to it that would otherwise break it apart, like you would would happen with like a 90 degree or something like that. You know what I mean? If you're familiar with building, kind of, there's there has to be a bracing in there of a 45 and a 45 in order for a 90 degree angle, like a building, to be, really strong. Whereas a sphere, circular shape, is naturally withstanding a lot of force. All right. So, so that circular ionosphere provides a protectant dome, if you will. Okay, so that, in some senses, you might see as the protective dome around the Earth is the unseen, the ionosphere. All right. So, so the first DC circuit above us withstands a lot of the magnetic, a lot of the electrics that come to us, right? And then eventually, right, a lot of that charge, plasma, a lot of it gets dispelled. But then eventually, what does come to us is the I don't want to call it excess, but the you know, when it, like a sponge, when it gets filled up, it needs to discharge. All right. So the ionosphere is able to is able to maintain a high potential of energy. That's its job. But at a certain point, it needs to discharge it to the planet. It's just, so so then you will get, lightning strikes in key areas depending on, the environment that's going on down here. All right. So it's a direct charge, it's the DC circuit is sun to earth. Okay. That's the first one. It's held there by the ionosphere. Okay. That's the first interaction of the first one. Boom. And then that gets full. So then it's not going out. It's not, very seldom is it going outwards, because the pressure of the sun, at least not on the sun side. You would expect to see a push go out on the night side. If the Earth is going to dispel that energy somehow into space, you'd expect it from the night side and not the day side where it's always being bombarded. All right, just my thought on that matter. So it's not, generally speaking, the ionosphere is it's what's attached to the Earth. At the magnetosphere level, it has a chance to go away, but once it's kind of contained in the sphere of the ionosphere, and the phrase is, I think, properly magnetopause, because it's not really the sphere. There is that magnetosphere around the planet, but it's not the same sphere as the ionosphere. All right, so just for the sake of clarity, I want to point that out. All right, so so I'm explaining how. All right, so then you have the DC circuit, which is the planet itself, and that is current. That's not a plus or minus thing per se, as it is current, which is north and south, east to west. That's laterally moving out that way. And it wants to settle out the magnetic portion that comes, that wants to spread out this way. It's current, as I call current. The width of the signal. It's always looking to resolve itself into the fields of the planet. Okay, where it's more easily accepted into the currents that are there, induced into the planet. You have to remember that it's grounding out, and the planet can't ground all of that out at one time. It's just because it's bouncing. The waves are bouncing, so it's not. And then as they hit themselves, it's breaking up more and more, and so the Schumann Resonances is the resolution of the EMF frequencies bouncing around and bumping into each other. It creates a ringing effect, a steady ringing effect that's a gravity. I've called it a gravity that develops from the from the continual beating of itself. Like if you take the analogy of I have a picture in my head. I'm trying to the rocks that are in a stream that have grounded themselves off. Okay, you have different sized rocks that kind of fit into each other, and they have reached a stasis point. But all the rocks that are in there were bigger rocks, and they broke off, and they tumbled, and they tumbled, and they tumbled, and then they broke off some more, and they tumbled, and went downstream a little bit more, and they tumbled for you. They tumbled for you. They tumbled for you. I couldn't help but that. Thank you. I think I'm gonna find that. Maybe I'll play it and see if I don't get hit by a strike on that or a copyright claim. But it's relevant. It's tumbled. They're tumbling for you. They are indeed tumbling for you. And that's what the Schumann Resonances are. If you could picture them, not as rocks per se, but the waves tumbling around, breaking into each other, that's how you get these higher resonances, is because the waves are shorter. Okay? That's what rising frequencies are. They're just shorter wavelengths. Do please remember that. All right, onward and upward with the teaching material. All right, so that it anchors in some of the energy, and that's part of what. All right, I'm getting off the mark again. All right, so part of one of the things that I talk about here, not too much, but I definitely do, is talking about the people on the ascension pathway, the ones that are ahead of the class, anchoring in that energy, and a lot of it is painful because it's kind of breaking off, kind of breaking off parts of you that are in the rough. So the refining process, rarefication process. So, you chip away at a diamond, you don't think, oh, the diamond's going to hurt, but, it feels it, I mean, whatever you want to think of that, I'm just saying that we are made of the same stuff as diamonds. We are billion-year-old carbon, and we do indeed need to find our way back to the garden. We are stardust. We are golden, and so that is the thing, that we are of the same minerals of the earth, but we are organic, and we are, a DNA that has structured ourselves in our intelligence and our feelings in a different way than, say, the diamond has. But the diamond is part of the earth. It's it's a different kind of protocol for what it's different doing here in 3D land. Earth is 3D world, 3D land. So so we the anchoring in, there's I've done discussions about grounding, but that's one of the things that we're talking about here. I haven't even gotten into really the text here. 24 minutes is not a short video on this topic. So that's something that's important to realize and to recognize, is that part of our jobs, those of us who have volunteered for this, it's our job to ground that energy in as it arrives through, through the radiant, environment around us. Onward with the text. All right, so all of the preceding discharge does not become subsumed by earth current. There is a residual plasma, essentially an amorphous force field. We might consider this as the tail of the discharge. This plasmic tail end does not properly ground into the planet as a highly charged leading edge would do. Instead, it bounces off of the ground, continuing in a coherent waveform thereafter. Amplitude is short-lived, arrives fast, comes fast. Arrives first, comes fast, traveling in a straight line vector. Amplitude moves with a velocity, which is a straight line, not a frequency. The incoming energies, meaning those coming from our nearest star, are high charge and low current. As these solar bursts resolve into earth ground, the result is to carry on as current, meaning the energy shifts direction from vertical into the earth-hugging wave of the magnetic side. Okay? And I may pause this here in the live stream to, garner questions and, please comment. Let me hear if this made sense to you. Let me know that this is making sense to you. All right, I have a bunch of words I can use for stuff. I'm not sure which one of them are always relevant to what is the topic at hand. And so I want it to make sense to you. There's in my live streams, there's always 10. There's at least 10 people that are always there. It starts out, I get, a few people, then they see it's just music, then they come back, and, I do the live streams, I do it how I do it now, because I want to have comments and chat from people to know if what I had just gone through makes sense. So, I'm just pausing that here, with the intention of, asking for comments from people, because it makes sense to me, more sort of, but it's not, put it this way, it made sense in my head. I wrote it down, I did the best I could, but, how is it doing on your end? Are you able to pick up what I'm putting down? I want to know, and those of you who've been around here long enough to know, I do this because I want to know if it's making sense to you. That's why I've gone through the universe has helped me to be able to get a really nice looking product, it's a content, produced thing, out to you. And I have to say, the videos really look nice with this OBS capture software. Dropping a link in, bomb in forum. I will even put in a paid advertisement. OBS. Like you gotta, if you're gonna do this, wow, holy F-bomb, you get really great looking stuff. If you're halfway creative with this and you find a $2.99, Savers webcam, you'll produce some pretty banging shit, quite honestly. I do, yeah. I didn't have donations from people before I used OBS. I'm just saying, except a Patreon, but whatever. One person, bless her soul, she was over there first. And I haven't done anything over there really much since then. All right, anyway, but that's changing. I'm not holding on to the past. I'm grabbing hold of the future. All right. So I introduced myself. All right. So yeah, that was introduced. That was to invite comments. All right. So I'm inviting, comments and questions. All right. So with that little pit stop taken, let's get back on the highway. Set amplitude is short-lived. All right. So the Earth-hugging wave of the magnetic energy shifts direction from vertical into the Earth-hugging wave of the horizontal of the magnetic side. All right. Okay. So, yeah. That was why I paused there. All right. So let's get on with this here. As near as I can tell, this is the shift in energy. The shift, right? One of those ascension-based phrases, the ascension seekers, they use this phrase, the shift. You see it a lot, the shift. What is the shift? Shifty people. I question it. What is it? Well, all right, so this is my humble view, my humble opinion. This is what we're talking about here, is the shift would be, technically, how can you find that on the Schumann? Right, that's the question. A time shift did not hang up the Schumann as far as creating a data void, right? That's impossible. If you're going to say that, you need to make that claim. Now, I don't care what your belief is in any of this, but don't link it with the Schumann. How about that? Right? If you can't prove how it literally works with the Schumann, then keep your belief to yourself and don't bring the Schumann into it. Right? I'll just say that. It may seem apropos of nothing I had just said before it, but believe me, this is an ongoing dialogue. The people who know me and who know this narrative well enough know, what I'm talking about and what the underscore of the Schumann spectrogram is in general. That it's not meant to attach your ascension seeking rhetoric to it as a proof of your belief. It's not here for that. And it's probably all the better they don't have more of them public. My humble view. My gentle, humble view. So, as near as I can tell, this is the shift in energy, which many people reference unwittingly as the shift. What I'm saying is going from light into infrared, into radio, into the, from the electric into the magnetic, and then into gravity, right? As the waves come in, bounce around with each other, okay, loosen up the previous waves that were there and make the wavelengths shorter, okay? You have sand. That's what the higher resonances are on the chart, is it's like sand, okay? It's electromagnetics, but it's like beach sand, if you will. You have bigger rocks, and then as those smash up into each other, you have smaller rocks, and then smaller rocks still, okay? So, if you look at this and you say, oh, the frequencies are rising, well, no, they're not. These are smaller wavelengths that are as a result of more of the bigger ones hitting against each other. if you can dig that. So shift is, as they're changing in form, in size, in intensity, like if you're having anything, on the shift, right? I mean, you see it opening up a higher resonance up there, but it's still, how do I say this? They're like, I use a reference of a fixed frequency, right? It's held intact at a certain frequency, like rocks. You bang them up together, you turn them into sand. They're still a thing. There's still a veritable thing that's there. All right, it's not turning into butter. We'll say, the rock is still it's a smaller version of it. It's just more of it. And so that's sort of one of the things of it, that the radio waves, having bounced around each other enough, kind of reinforce each other at a certain sort of frequency. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at, is that they're, I just have the analogy of beach sand, like that's what these higher kind of resonances are there, it's, particles of the bigger original signal. All right, this is sort of the way that I have the picture in my head, that I look at this here, that I see it as, that it's not, the resonances come from, these harmonics come from, they're standing waves coming from themselves, beating each other up, interacting with each other, and finding a resonant frequency together. All right, so I've talked about, like, all right, so I'm giving some of, in this video, I'm treating it like this is the first time you've ever seen one of my videos. Okay, so I've gone into some of this that I've already covered in other stuff that you wouldn't have otherwise seen. All right, so I try to remember the newcomer here that, let me kind of give an introduction to some stuff, and and so it may drive people that have been here a little while crazy because I'm off target or off topic, and he's already said that before, but I just, in the back of my head, I always remember this may be the first time you've ever seen one of my videos. Okay, so I'm going somewhere between like some advanced stuff here and then stuff that I've already kind of talked over, like, all right. So pardon me if I seem like I'm off topic or I'm jumping around or whatever, but that's sort of my delivery method, is like I it's like, all right, I've gone over this stuff before, and it may not be seemingly immediately relevant, but this is how it plugs into the bigger picture. So hopefully with the intention of catching up the newcomer to the point that a lot of my regulars are at. Even the ones who think they're not very far, they're one of my regulars, and you're like, yeah, you believe me, you're far along. Trust me on that. All right, so so we're talking about the shift in energy. What does that mean? Where is it coming from? How does that relate to the Schumann resonances? Well, in some metaphysical belief, it doesn't. Right? It's not whatever your timeline shift and your mental zero, the 10 in your head is, that's on you. That's your dealio. That's not the rest of us, and that applies to everyone equally. Whatever your time shift is, your temporal, right? There's a $10 word. We'll use that. Whatever your temporal realignment. How about that? It's not a time shift. It's a temporal realignment. okay? Whatever that is in your head, that's on you. You can't prove that except for other people validating, oh, that happened. Let's look at the Schumann, right? That's what they do. If you want to hold your belief to whatever you want, that's fine. But I would be the one here to disabuse you of many of your ascension-related beliefs that what you may be thinking the Schumann is showing you ain't. If I can provide a more simpler explanation, like the janitor kicked the plug out of the Spectro, that would be the one to go with. A lot of the ascension stuff, it's things that everyone will have to go through eventually. We are not all on the same timeline. Okay. There is overall the one where the good guys win, but we all have, like on the chessboard, great example. You have pawns, you have, knights, you have bishops, you have king, queen. We don't all do the same job, like the knight. That's a great, 3x2. The knight is not preparing himself in the same way you are. The timeline for the knight, the horse in chess that jumps, it's the 2x3, he moves that way, he does that way. His moves are much more limited in a sense than yours, if you're the bishop or the knight, right? If you're the pawn, guess what? And some of the supporting people aren't even on the chessboard, like the keeper of the captured pieces. Just saying, right? Not everyone is on the stage performing. At some point, I was the guy behind the scenes working on the technology, right? Getting it all to work perfectly, right? I've been acting on the stage. I've been involved in theater and all of this. So, so this is not that big of a deal to me, but I was fine working in the back, right? Not, people don't know me, right? I get a job, I get a gig. And it's time, honey. You gotta get up and not only do you know how to work it, you gotta get up and work it. Not only do you know how to put it together, man, you got a job to do. Do it. You're the captain. You put it together. Now fly that bitch. Okay. All right. I'll fly. I can do it. All right. So here we are. I'm flying. Thank you. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for letting me ramble on. Oh my God. I'm almost an hour into this. I haven't even gotten finished through just this material. This is going to be a long live cast, I can tell. If the video itself, one section is almost an hour, this is going to be a long one. Anyway, whatever. Y'all are here. You pay the admission fee to be here. Especially to you, Jackie. Thank you. And Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bonnie sent me $100. Wow. Like, yeah, I don't have to work doing landscaping this week for a couple days. Like, it's a holiday. But yeah, it's cold out. Yeah, I don't need to work. Rose, thanks. My boss, a regular boss's name that puts the roof over my head is Rose. So this week I have 2 other women who are my bosses, I can say, that I don't have to do the schlepping of the mulch and whatever. I can just drink some coffee and dedicate this the time to. Yeah, so this is dedicated to the 2 wonderful bosses in my life this week, Jackie and Bonnie. Thank you. All right. So we're talking about the shift. What is the shift? And I'm telling you from the perspective of the Schumann Resonance, it's not that there aren't shifts happening. It's not that doesn't happen. It's not that I'm not poo-pooing that isn't a thing. That, in a lot of cases here, whatever the rhetoric is, 5D gamma energy, ascension energy, transition, blah, 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 whatever, I don't argue that it's not happening. I don't think I've ever argued it's not that that's not happening. What I'm saying is, that's not going to appear on the Schumann, okay? The Schumann resonance chart. Like, it's not that, and whatever. All people bring all kinds of stuff. Well, no. I say it's not that. I'm not questioning the validity of what you're saying. I am simply telling you from the technical perspective that ain't that's not appearing on the chart. And so that's part of the discussion here in this it's not that it's not happening. Whatever you're saying is not that that's not that it's not a real. I know that there's an ascension happening. I know that there's a shift in energy, a shift in timeline. I know all that, right? It's fine, right? But don't bring that over to the Schumann camp and say, oh, here, validate this with your reading. It's like, no, because we're not. It doesn't. It's not how that works. Right? I get a clue on each other. Right? And it's just that simple. Sweet sister of mercy, honey child, you're a hot mess coming over here, getting us to want to validate your stuff. Like, sit down with me. We're going to go through this technically, and I will explain to you what the parameters of these antennae can do. Right? And you may leave crestfallen. Great word. Crestfallen. I love that. Disillusioned. That's another of the Solomon's card. It's a disillusionment. Boom. Manipulation. Boom. That's another one. I'm here to dissuade you of those notions and disabuse you of those faulty claims by the charlatan novice observers. I assure you, I have a better explanation. All right. So, onward and upward. We're getting close to the hour mark. All right. So that's what we're talking about. I'm talking about with the shift, and this was not really necessarily on topic of the color theory, but it's important I put this out there. It's important people understand this, my view. It's relevant. Every time I put this out there, it's relevant. Because people are coming over here to the Schumann stuff and have this imposed view that they're trying to push onto it unwittingly. But if you want to associate your belief of whatever with what's happening in the chart, we will sit through with it and you can see for yourself what it is. So. Oh, there we go. I should have done that. I was going to do that earlier. So, as near... Hi! Welcome back. All right. Let me get out of here. All right. As near as I can tell, this is the shift in energy, which many people reference unwittingly as the shift. As a philosophical concept, it is not verifiable nor able to be validated on the collective and the objective. Okay? Yet, relative to the mechanics of the Schumann Resonances, this is the shift. Right? So what I was talking about is moving from the electric to this one. So relative to the Schumann Resonances, this is the shift. The shift is that which moves from one direction, higher charge, intensity, into the degraded state of the magnetic current. If we accept these solar flashes in their aggregate are bringing in the ascension age, then the only possible shift related to this phenomena would be the shift in energies from amplitude into magnetics. Okay? All right. So it's important there to know, like, that here with the Schumann resonances, it's not picking up your intentions. It's not able to magically is not able to magically, figure out what your intention is. It's not a lie detector test. I think some people may have it confused with a polygraph test. I believe. I don't know. And so, even though it's sort of off the mark, I really need to talk about this whole thing with the ascension age and the shift. And, it's important that I speak toward this from what, my guides and I, because I ask my guides, please tell me, right? I ask my guides, please tell me what I need to know. Right? Please tell me what I need to share, what I need to talk to people about. Right? What's relevant? What so sometimes that's why things can jump ahead of like this project, longer term project. Like, all right, some things that like, all right, that I don't want to call it emergency, but it was just boop, popped up on the priority list. All right, so no, back on with the show. Upward and onward. So that's why it became important to talk about this relative to the shift, because it's important, right? And so it itself is important, and that's why I needed to discuss this. Like I see some negative news in the world around me. And I'm glad that there's people that are reporting on this and that are really getting in and digging, the main, people that are, in the YouTube community. Like, that's where I get a lot of my, truth on what's happening in the world, or what I'm accepting as truth. And it's like, oh man, this is really some foul shit stuff. And then I get an urge to do a video to talk about the positive side, to talk about ascension, and like, are we? What's, like, I'm not feeling it. And so when I'm not feeling it, then I come out and I need to talk about this. And I'm here in a public platform saying this, right? I can't go back on what I'm committed. And so that's one of the reasons why I needed to do this, and why I do this is because to remind myself that I am committed to this, that in the manner that is possible for me, the true light of how to read the Schumann, right, that I can present to you, you will have a good guiding vision, because it's not just, well, this is what I believe, but it's like, this is what I get from source and my guides. And while I'm sitting there at the campsite, talking to the angels and my guides and all of this, I ask them, tell me what I need to know about this. And this comes back from my visit with my meditations from source and the angels. And this is the last thing I have left to do, and it is that important that it gets done properly. As you can see, there's plenty of people out there who believe they know how the Schumann resonance works and how the Schumann resonance spectros are read. You see it, I see it, I am out there, I see there's plenty of people who have all kinds of ideas of what they're looking at here and there. And then my guides just kind of looked at me, and they said, they just looked at me, right? Just, what saith you? And that was in March, right? April. By April, I was doing practice videos for the roses, just to feel comfortable in front of a camera, talking to an audience, an alleged audience that wasn't there. And then by May, I had started on doing the Schumann stuff, the dimensions and dimensionality first, actually, but then the Schumann stuff. So I've been preparing for this for a while. So now that I'm here, it's important that we talk about, a lot of these things of the Schumann related to the Ascension community at large. So, I give more than plenty, more than enough of the scientific technical stuff just of itself that explains the technical part of the radio frequency and all of that by itself, just enough of that I've met my obligation, straight up have met my obligation to explain how that works technically, at the basic level. So if you're here first time and you're expecting something a little different, I have lots of other videos. This one here, I'm talking about the ascension agers, the shift, this energetic shift, the timeline shifts, and all of that. Not in as much detail as I have elsewhere, but I'm kind of including that as a part. And that's why this video is like 3 times longer than I had wanted it to be. Is because I'm off also on the side part here of the shift, and generally speaking, how it relates to the Schumann resonances, and this myth that a timeline shift would cause a blackout or a data void, blacked out stripe, data void. Right? That's not a flat line, by the way. Data void to appear. Right? So there's more to it than this. There's, I've gone into it. This is just an ongoing conversation I've had. This is, instead of me having to do one show that's a rant on this subject, I'm kind of spreading it out over the course of a number of, videos. Like, there's another, with all these drama shows, there's other subtext that are working through, and, there's other, passageways to other topics that are involved for, the people who've been around for long. So if you've been around for a while, you know what we're talking about here. False data, false narrative, of the confusing readings that people have of this stuff. Right? So that's part of what needs to be discussed in this, is the confused readings people do of what's happening. So, on with the show. All right. So at this point, this is where we're at. At this point is where we start looking at the brush tools, which plot a picture pattern on the Schumann resonance spectrum. A1 is the tallest and most narrow brush. It reports a high charge electrovolt signal. The number values on the sides of the dependency reports indicate the actual amount of pico-electron volts. White mode amplitude A1 is the tallest of the signal. High charge signals will appear as so-called whiteout due to the overwhelming strength of this portion of the signal. Yet, the other modes are still active underneath. All right, so I've given the analogy, just real quick, I've given the analogy of pegging the meter. Okay, and I think maybe I'll pause this in the live stream to kind of give a visual aid of this. All right, so find that where I can show you. But essentially, it's like when you're metering something, there's a normal range of it, where it operates well, and then you see, like in your car dial, you see at the end of the RPM, if you have a car with an RPM meter, it shows you this red line. So there are things in the red line that it's, like it's where it's, outside of the range. You peg the meter, or, like this kind of thing. So the white is the highest portion of the signal. And so once it reaches that kind of pegging point, it just shows up as white. It's what's called a whiteout condition is the pegging of the white mode. Okay, it's hit its max, if you say, and it's kind of overwhelmed everything else. I think it might be the best way to put it. All right, show. So during so-called whiteout conditions, these all-white appearing spikes are usually fringed around the edges with tassels of the color of coral orange, pumpkin, salmon, rust, maroon, and green. Okay. The apparent white spikes reflect the tallest and most narrow portion. Due to the strength power of the A1 portion of the signal, it can overshadow the lesser portion of the same signal. In essence, A1 mode intensity hides the other signals. Successively thereafter, it devolves in width to the yellow, which is A2, or the red, A3, or green, A4 modes, respectively. Because of the descending width of the signal, we see these colored fringes peeking out from behind the white caps of A1, which has overshadowed the remainder of our reference signal. So when I talk about fringes, so when I talk about the fringes of, like I said, I have that here, these orange colors, orange, greens, these kind of things. You have the white in the middle there, fringe. This isn't the best example for that, but this is our teaching example. So you can see it kind of enough. So, such as it is, it's all pixelated, but you see what I'm talking about. You see the white, the line of white, and then fringed around the edges of those kind of colors. All right, so I got 101. All right, so we're at an hour, so the class is definitely. All right, so the class is definitely over for the day. All right, so thank you all for being here. I appreciate you coming here, your love and support. Thank you for letting me kind of ramble off topic a little bit, if you did indeed. I have a lot to say about the Schumann Resonances. So if you want to learn, you've come to the right place. I've studied these exclusively for the last year, right? Everything, anything, whatever I could get my hands on, I've read. And definitely the last 9 months has been dedicated exclusively to the Schumann Resonances. I've been studying generally on this stuff for years, though, electromagnetics, so it's not that much of a stretch for me to have branched into this. All right, so thank you all for who are here. I appreciate everyone for being here. This is part 5. Getting ready to do part 6 soon. Now, it's what is it? It's like 5 a.m. in the morning here, and it's the day after New Year's. I love y'all. Thank you all for being here. I got to hang up so I can start work on the other one. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all the support of everyone, and have a great rest of your day.
And it's now 1:15 in the morning here.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So there's one last video of these, and let me find the timeline. I'm going to pause it. 40 minutes. All right, that's not too bad. All right. So, all right. So, just for those who just got here, let me say that the majority of this video has been, or the live stream, this video series, more of the live stream, I guess, has been me apologizing for repetitively going off topic. All right. Going off the mark. And so a good chunk of the time I've spent here has been me kind of, I guess, justifying why it's been preferable in many cases to not stick to the chosen topic or the starting out where we're going. And so part of the justification is that there are, or I should say the rationalization is that there are new members here, and
frequently I do have to go over material that I have gone through in the past. So, I'm kind of doing a hopscotch between where I'm at now, always trying to make progress from what I've already done, right? Always moving onward and upward. That's why I say that, onward and upward. And yet, people will ask basic questions. And what happens is there's like a chain reaction. I will be honest with you here. This is my creator's kind of process here. That there's a chain reaction oftentimes that if I'm seeing someone has asked me a question about this basic thing over here, I know that it also means they don't have this basic thing over here as well. All right, so excuse me, part of me doing this is to give you exactly what the Schumann Resonances are. Spot on, boom. Beyond reproach, beyond impeachability, what the Schumann Resonances are. Boom, factually, authentically. Okay. Then, there is the part of me that is dealing with the belief and the imaginary and the unfounded and the unprovable and the unethical, perhaps. I don't know. It is in there. It is something to think about. Like, let's not call it malice when it's just incompetence. Okay, and so then there's me and my attitude of being a good sport about this, that, well, you didn't mean ill, you just have no idea how to read what you're looking at. Okay. So that's part of the mission of staying, excuse me, positive. Part of the mission of staying positive is to allow people to have their mistakes, not call them out on their stuff too harshly, not let them also, kind of push forth a lie or a myth, do it in the best way possible. At the end of the day, though, what it boils down to, what I've come to the conclusion of, is that beliefs are kind of sacred. And I don't want my belief kind of fiddled with, and I am going to respect other people's beliefs. And there are things that just belong in the belief category that, regardless of whatever the Schumann, that I can show you and technically how it works, the result is that you're going to believe what you believe anyway. All right. So, part of why I go off topic is to keep myself sane in amongst a sea of myth and made-up stuff. I have my own island of sanity that I go to, and if it's not the same as yours, well, I can only apologize, but there's room on my island of sanity for you if you want it. There is me kind of being here and telling the story, and this is a narrative of me in my personal life, and that's sort of what kind of takes me off topic as well. Excuse me. But that is something that I've been working with since day one, of keeping on topic and trying to figure out what the topic is. Like here, it's like the last one that I just did. The topic is it was color theory, I think it was called, but it's half of it is, talking about the ascension and cutting through the ascension age rhetoric. So I think I'm going to have to readjust the description in that video to encompass the other half of what wasn't quite the color theory. But everything I said in there is extremely relevant, even though it's not relevant for color theory so much. It's like there's a lot of greater truths that I give when I go off topic. And if there wasn't so much, I really am of the conclusion that if there wasn't so much BS and myth out there that was propagated as fact, I wouldn't go off topic as much. I think I'm convinced of that. You know, if we would all just get along, I'd be happier. Not to blame my happiness on or unhappiness on you, but me me listening to your crap makes me unhappy. Sorry, your crappy myths of what you think this is or what it's doing. Anyway, not to get off on topic, but so I'm in a basement, by the way. It's dusty, and that's why I have to keep clearing my throat. And so I want to make it, half of this live stream again is me, going off topic, talking about going what I go off topic about, but this is a place to learn about the Schumann Resonances and the real deal. And I present to you, a wide variety of information and knowledge from the Schumann community, the Ascension community. And so, all right, so sometimes it can be hard staying on topic when there's a lot of things that need to get covered. And, and some things I think are more important in this than what other people do. So it's like, all right, ultimately I make the videos I make because I want to have fun, and I deal with enough of the technical stuff, but it's like, well, I'm putting myself to sleep with some of this stuff, and so that's what the music is for, to hopefully get up and dance and whatever. So anyway, but part of the last video, part of getting off topic was explaining about the AC and the DC electric circuit, and that real life situation of that, of explaining how the AC and the DC circuit work is extremely relevant to what you're seeing on there. And that is one of those things that needs to be understood before you even understand what is it measuring? What the hell is a spectrogram measuring? Right? Like that's, it's like, like we're not making this stuff up. Like, what is it? What is it really? All right. So anyway, that's, so there's this narrow topic at hand of the colors, but it's like, if you don't understand, like the colors are dependencies, right? They're dependent on other things, and that's part of what the explanation here is that these are called dependencies, and I keep using the word dependencies. All right, so I'm gonna play gonna finish up the last video here. It's almost 4 hours. Wow! Thank you all for being here. I appreciate those of you who are still here. I know that there are people who are here and left who will watch this tomorrow, and I'm going to kind of, put in the description. Oh, by the way, there's a WordPress blog that goes with this, so there's a much longer description in the WordPress blog than just here on this. All right, so just for the record. All right, so on that cheery note, onward and upward. Go there, and I'm also going to make use of other blogs to have longer written. Hello, I'm All right, looks like a good text. Thank you all for being here. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook. This is the 6th in the series, pretty sure it's 6th, in the series of how to decipher or decrypt, as I call it, decryptify the Schumann Resonances. And this, I'm basically dealing with the color. The stated clear intention is to explore the uh, the meaning, I guess, whatever, of the color. What's happening with the color on the spectroscope of the Schumann resonances, right? So this is a rather lengthy discussion. It's been in part because I've sidetracked myself. Right? So, but I wanted to give a fairly thorough understanding of where I'm at and my research of what this is what I've scientifically, technically speaking, right? I'm less of a scientist than I am a technician. Just remember that. Before this, I fixed bicycles, right? But I've also done videos. I've done, I've made, um, scooting over here to the sound stage. So before this, I've also done, in Connecticut, I've done audio video editing. I've done, I've had a studio like this in my house before. I've worked in radio stations. I've done radio. Um, I've helped wire houses. I've talked to people who have made Faraday cages and listened to what they have to say about them. So this is kind of old hat for me in a lot of ways. So I'm happy to spread the knowledge I have with you, share what I understand about these topics to you freely, because it's the learning process. It gives me a chance to kind of see this with people, them learning something about this. I think that's a fair way to put it. That there's a group of people who've been following me, who've been learning stuff, and to watch them actually get it is fascinating. For things to finally kind of click. For me, it's a joy. That means that I'm using the right set of words that people can kind of grasp what I'm saying. That's really important to me. Hold on a second. Okay, we're back. I just adjusted my camera angle, so I like looking at it more eye to eye. I think that's kind of where I'm at with that. And this is an ongoing process. I'm still, getting new equipment, but I have largely what I want kind of in here, and so now that I have the system, I'm tweaking everything, and so all right, it looks like I'm good for now. The YouTube studio just said that the stream was poor and I was going to have to restart my capture software, so looks like I don't have to do that now. Hallelujah. I am happy when that does not happen. It's like, oh, that's a historic moment. Like, that's the final tweak of the camera, I think, hopefully. I had kept it at the angle it was at for a while. Sometimes if I'm cleaning, I gotta move stuff. Like, all right, so then, but hopefully it'll stay where it is. Get my keyboard all set. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun putting this together. This has been a great experience for me, and because of the enthusiasm on your end. How do I say this? I'm working with a hired source, so the hardware, it wasn't like you guys had to provide the audience, my core people who were here, had to provide me the money up front to get all of this. I have a job, I'm all set. The universe provides for me. So it wasn't a matter of, getting the funds together or even the donation from the viewers that caused this to be. It was the enthusiasm immediately by people overnight that caused this to be. That the belief in me, the belief in doing this, the belief in why this is important. And I'm largely with you for a number of reasons, and maybe not some of the most obvious or the ones that you would think of. Like, all right, we all have our reasons, but the fact that we're banded over here together to learn scientifically, technically about what these are. That's what the deal is. And, we're supporting that as a safe place to learn what these are in all their aspects. So what it is, though, at this point, the donations that I get from people have been allowing me to work on this, instead of the other work, which is backbreaking, the landscaping, which generally speaking I love doing, but sometimes landscaping is replacing sheetrocking, and the job that I work at, this woman that I work for, she manages of multiple properties, and I'm her Mr. Fix-It on a lot of things, because I have a lot of experience doing a lot of stuff, keeping, my house. I had to help my mom growing up, making our house habitable, and, whatever it took, and, replacing sockets in the wall, and, I've done a lot of different stuff. So, but, the more donations I get from you guys, the more I can spend doing this, and spend as a minimal amount of job doing the other, and in addition, maybe quit the other job, right? I mean, that would be kind of interesting. You're having people to support me to do regular Zoom meetings, and, if we did one a week for an hour, you dedicated your time to an hour, and I gave you some homework and some reading. Wow, if you're like, and I like, it's not just Schumann too. There's a lot more other stuff going on. If you are familiar with my videos and what I'm talking about, there's a lot more going on that I don't talk about that I could, and that's more toward what I want to work on, are the other things in private that would be otherwise censored in the public format. Like, I'll put it that way. Like, I'm all for giving whatever I have, whatever information I have, I'm all for providing it to the public. However, things being what they are, like, not all things are equal. So now that I have the ability, it's like, well, all right, well, let's talk about that. I've got donations in from people, so it's like, wow, this is serious. I have to actually start, I can't go back now. Like, thank you, Jackie, thank you, Bonnie, thank you for David, Julie, and someone else. Who else? David, I think, gave me a pound. Like, all right, so onward and upward. We're not going back. Just support me, donate, keep me going, rolling on this train. Oh man, we got stuff. We can do stuff. All right, so, and 2:54. So it's almost 6 in the morning here where I'm at. On the East Coast. I'm in Providence. The second day, it's the 2nd of January. Happy New Year. Woo. All right, so where are we at? Oh, 9 minutes, almost 9 minutes. All right, so I've stalled long enough. All right, so let's get on with our educational model here. This is part 6 of it's a multi-part series, and the theory is of having a video, quite short, a section of a bigger whole dedicated to a particular topic, a section of a particular topic, subsection, right? So we are on the overall clear stated intention of this series of the 6 videos is how to read the color code of the Schumann Resonance Spectrogram. This specifically, we're dealing with mixed modes, rising frequencies, and a money money analogy. All right, so I have in previous videos. All right, so first things first. If this is your first time here, welcome. I appreciate your coming over. Like, share, subscribe. You know, put this as a, the link to this as a share somewhere. Much appreciated. If it's your first video here ever, I would recommend at the very least going to the beginning of this, and hopefully the link will be to the other ones will be in the description. I'm planning on having that as a thing. So the description of this video is the link to the first one, and you can find the rest there. All right. So, and there's also the WordPress has the whole text for all of this, the whole description, instead of just one part relating to just this. The whole description is over at WordPress, right? And a Patreon as well. That's the thing. I gotta remember to make that thing. All right. So, but if it's your first video here, go and watch the first one, and then watch them in order, and then then come back here. All right. But if you're coming back, hopefully somebody you're coming back from the other ones, welcome. Eventually, this is going to be a live stream, and so this is probably going to be a rather long live stream, I'm imagining. But whatever, they're 5 hours. If you have 5 hours to spend, so do I. Right? I have 10. Largely, like there's at least 8 people the entire length of 5 hours. Right? 10 people. I get up to 18 or 20 people every video, every live stream. Right? There's always people there. The chat's not always the most lively, but whatever. Thank you for the 6 of you who are currently here. I appreciate you hanging out with me. And if you've been here from the very beginning, bravo. Thank you. Much love. Talking about, actually, here we go. All right. So what I will do, right? Hello. Make sure that we all can see this. While I'm doing this, I want to give a shout out to the OBS software. I love this. It allows me to do some fun stuff like this, where I actually can kind of dial it in, and it lets me be very kind of on point with doing this. That is not just me working over here with this program, it's got limitations over here, but like I can kind of augment it and kind of move it around. So I'm just grateful to the universe, giving another plug out, I guess, to OBS. It's free. It's freeware. So just, I really love doing this. I have to tell you. All right. Okay. 12:34. All right. Mixing modes. All right. I think that's good. Mixing modes. White and yellow equals pale white, which is basically white. So when you see the whiteout conditions, you have to remember it's not just white that you're seeing. There's also a yellow, which is high underneath it. So yellow and white is going to give you white, right? So it's something else here to remember as well, that when you're looking at Tomsk, it's one thing. When you're looking at Italy here, it's something else. All right. So what we're calling the whiteout conditions of Tomsk, well, there is this redout condition at Italy. All right. We talk about the whiteout, it's that white mode of it. Well, that's what that coloring is. It's arbitrary. It could be any color. It's again, it's white at Tomsk, but here in Italy, it's red. That's the way they have this measured for the type of measuring that they do and the type of scale that they have. All right. So the color on these charts is not the same across the board. You have to look at what the scale, here, what the scale is telling you with the coloring. That's the only way that you know what the intensity in the chart is. All right. That's, I think, super important to understand that the whiteout condition isn't just the white, it's white and yellow. Okay, just first and foremost. Then yellow and red equals orange or rust. Red and green equals rust maroon. Okay, so if you'll notice, those are the modes that I just gave you. Mode 1, 2, mode 2, mode 2, 3, mode 3, mode 3, 4, mode 4. Sometimes mode 4, 2, color codes. This is what we're looking at. Our various primary colors that we're working with. So at this point here, you have a high red and a little bit of white. That's maybe a little bit of a pink color with maybe a little green on a dark blue background. Okay. So the light, anytime there's white, it gives it an iridescent kind of glow to it. That indiglow, I call it. Right. That's this behind it, that indiglow. Right. That is just an action of the electrics being on. Frequency, pardon me, among other things, frequency is on. So whenever you turn on the machine, you measure frequency that's always there. Right? You're going to get something in the background on a white. Right? So just so you know. So green is, back to our text. Green is the widest of signals, and it is closest to the Earth ground in origin. Okay. I think that's better. Right, so I readjusted everything, I think. Tell me, what do you think in the comments? I don't know if everyone can read this, but that's why I'm reading it out loud, and it's in the description as well. The text to this is in the description, and then there's also a link on WordPress, like I said, and Patreon, I think. I'm not sure. You get the point. All right. See you on the other side. All right. So green is green is the widest of the signals, being closest to Earth ground in origin. Green is the primary coloring of the magnetic horizontal bands, usually, generally. The horizontal bands are the representation of the actual Schumann resonances, which are given as fixed frequencies such as 7.83, and they're fixed in place, space, and density because of continuous action one against another. Okay, they're statistically fixed frequencies. Okay, and it's the speed of light and due to the constants. So the fixed frequencies due to constants of speed of light, radio frequency waves. These serve to fix intact the Schumann resonances at the various frequencies, which are also known, the resonant frequencies, also known as harmonics. These, quote, fixed frequencies of the resonant harmonics are not rising nor falling significantly as a result of the constraints of the wave motions of the resonances. The variance between the maximum and the minimum of the signal is only 0.5 hertz at the most. That I've seen. Schumann resonances are not on an increasing trend. That would be nearly impossible at this point, again, due to physical constraints of the factors of the above mentioned, the constants here. That value of 7.8 is stationary, statistically stationary, due to these constraints. However, I must say, I must say that recently, within the past week, I think, even since the time that I did this, I have seen the Schumann resonances drop to like 7.6. Like usually the 7.8 is 7.6 to like 7.3. Right? The minimum for that day was 7.3. I'll have to find it for you. It was kind of freaky. I don't know if that's the right word, but interesting. It's very interesting that there was a dip, that it went that low, but that there was a dip. So I make that point regularly to people that the Schumann resonances may rise, but they may also drop precipitously. So it can happen. That does happen. Back to the text. More amplitude charge spikes, the amplitude spikes, which is charge, creates ultimately more magnetic current. As the increased current, the magnetic waves crash into each other. These create the standing waves of the resonant harmonics. These harmonics are fixed at certain frequencies. This preset frequency, for example, 7.8, is not rising due to the constraints of the constants. All right, I mentioned that up there. Interference waves are those which travel a distance, then eventually meet up back to themselves. They crash into each other with an increasing frequency. This creates more interference waves. These interference waves are like broken pieces. The longer waves bump into each other, they break up into smaller pieces and create higher resonance frequencies to appear. So I had given the analogy that this was like rocks tumbling in a stream. Eventually they smooth out, but in the meantime they've broken off into smaller and smaller pieces that are sand. All right. And so that's one of the ways to look at the Schumann resonances, is that it's smoothed out to a certain point, okay? It sort of has reached its end state, if you will. But in the meantime, it's broken off into sand in smaller pieces. So there's a bunch of these rocks that are kind of at their stasis point. They're not rolling along anymore. They've lost enough of their parts. They've smoothed out. Then they have leveled out. They're on the floor of the stream, and they're not rolling around more except under extreme circumstances. Right? But they're really shifting along and not really breaking down. They're certainly not getting bigger. Okay, I'll put it to you that way. So I'm offer to you humbly that the Schumann resonances are not rising in frequency. They're not getting bigger. What is happening is it's creating more density. That's what's happening. Hopefully that makes sense to you. All right. I like having this over here by my right hand, kind of out of the way. I tried it over there, and I kind of almost like having this space here that I can kind of kick back in, which shows those big crazy speakers in the background. How's it doing? So we're almost done here with this. So thank you all for being here. It's like, almost 6 o'clock in the morning at this. Oh, it is. It's 6:17. All right. So creating higher, like also broken pieces. Like it's a great analogy because these are standing waves. They thrash around, they break into each other, and they create standing waves of varying frequencies that are broken up from the larger frequencies. And as you break up a wave of, you break up a larger wave into smaller waves, it increases the frequency. Okay, put it that way. All right, so I want to give, the last thing is money analogy. All right, so the money analog. For the sake of clarity, allow me to use money as a model of what is happening, or what I'm explaining. If you were to take a dollar bill and then broke it up into quarters, you would have 4 pieces. If you broke the dollar into dimes, you have 10 pieces. If you break the dollar into pennies, you have 100 pieces. The dollar value is still equal in these examples. One simply has more fragments. The fragments are smaller, yet there is more of them. Overall, the value remains constant. This is what is happening with the Schumann resonances. The frequency is not increasing, it is simply being broken up into more smaller portions. The broke portions float to the top and rise above the others. Yet it is literally rising in the atmosphere, but not necessarily in frequency. Higher harmonics are not an increased wave frequency. These are 2 different matters. Waves propagate or roll along the surface of the planet, while resonances are stationary. Okay? So, the frequency of 7.8, is it rising? It's staying constant at 7.8. It may drop. All right, but the tension of it that's holding it there is the other higher frequencies bouncing into each other and creating this third wave. You have the first, that's one frequency. Second, that's third density. Right? The one coming together with the second, you create the third. This is a third density. So the first 2 waves will increase in frequency, we'll say. Yet the third wave doesn't increase in frequency, it increases in density. Alright? You just got to understand that it's not, like I said, amplitude is not a frequency. A resonance as a standing wave operates at a frequency, but it is not the same thing as the fundamental, the originating waves, its resonant frequency, right, is different from the wave frequency, because the resonant harmonics frequency is broken up, a part of, it's been knocked together. The two waves have knocked together and have created a third. Okay, you have to kind of remember that. So when I use the phrase requited in all right, so I've read through that. All right, so when I use the phrase, I want to make sure I was all the way through that before I started going off on a tangent here. All right, so when I use the phrase requited, it hints at a marriage. Okay, a male and a female, two poles. The magnetics have two poles. Okay, either way, west and east and west, or north and south. All right, they have two different directions. All right, so the electrics usually work with the magnetics together as a team, and you would call that requited, because the working, they are, as in theory, they're supposed to be working together. And so when the electrics and the magnetics are requited, in a sense, they produce, the two of them produce a resonance of themselves, okay? Certain frequency unto itself. Now, as those circle around the globe, it loses the electrics, it sheds off the electrics, and keeps continuing propagating forth as a wave. Okay, the electrics, as it travels more and more and more, it's losing more of the electrics, the electron, the charge, and going into a direction. So the charge allows it to be free floating, and theoretically, the charge allows it to be free floating. But once it's propagating forth into current, it's changed the direction. It's not going back up into the pitch. It's now it's not. The pitch is dropping, dropping, and this is in the range of the green. When it drops down, it's the green is moving forward as it's the biggest. It's moving forward as the magnetics. Okay, so this is part of the pauses to catch my thoughts for a second. All right, so these are, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. These are the wave forms that are out there, that are out there, that the Schumann spectrum there is trying to show. It's not quite able to, may not be able to, but you get a picture of it slicing and dicing into varying frequencies. Here, this grid pattern. And I think that's a good kind of put there. The grid pattern. It's a good place to kind of show it going one way and then it interfering with it, moving a different way. Right, I think that does that give you that sense of that the waves kind of creating a weaving pattern, right? They're interfering with each other in the way that you would on a loom, right? I mean, a Persian rug is an interference pattern, right? I've used the picture of weaving before, and it's symphony. Music is all interference. Everyone's interfering with each other in some way. Some harmonies counterbalance the other, right? And so if you look at this, the best analogy I can give is with music and a symphony. I like paintbrushes. I'm a painter. I'm also a sculptor. I do really good sculpture, with clay, freehand. I'm really, really good with that. I've done portraits, masks, I do, I'm very, very talented in a number of ways, different artists. So I can picture being able to model some of this in my head, right? That gives me an advantage as well. That's kind of the thing. I can kind of picture things, Mr. Fix-It, how does it work? You're given this, and put that, get that, get this from that, right? How do you do that? Oh, all right. This is how I would do it. All right. That's kind of how it is too. So, I know how to work with color too. I know how to construct things with color. Right? So, it's one of the interference patterns. You have to recognize that is that they're showing you. All right. The waves here are not in proportion to how they actually are in real life. I think that's a good way to put that. Right? That these are finer waves. The white here is finer waves than the yellow or the red or the green. So they can't show you, proportionately speaking, the sizes that they are to correspond with the, how do I put this? The size and the shape of the wave really needs to be much bigger to correspond with, hold on, let me pause this. All right, I'm back. My problem is I want to look at the camera and, look like I'm actually looking into the person, looking at the person that I'm talking with. And I have to look at the camera and then I have to look at the screen. And so it's like, all right, I wind up talking to the screen and it's kind of a side view. But all right, I think I'll get over this pathology at some point. I don't know. Anyway, it's late for me, early for some, late for me. Anyway, so it's important. What I was saying is, they're basing the picture there on the assumption that all the waveforms are the same size, I think, but they're not actually the same size because they're a different intensity based on charge. The charge is the plus or the minus. So, so if it's a higher charge, higher plus, it's going to be a more white condition. And that's what you saw over there with the other chart, the red from, this one here from Italy, is that's what this is. It's essentially pegging the meter with red, whereas, they could have used white, but then it wouldn't kind of have made the same sense. It's here. But this here, pegging it with the red is, like I said before, it's equivalent to, a whiteout, pegging it in the white. And so that's why it's important to know the difference in the texture of the wave that's coming in, that they're trying to represent to you with one time scale. There's 4 different time scales there, 4 different time signatures, but they're representing it with one time scale, which is a dimension. Okay, on that cheery note, to, like if it was the correct proportion of sizes, these would be much wider than it's appearing. Right? I think that's really important to mention that even though this here is like wider, it appears wider. It's like these green waves, green part of the wave. Remember, this is all part of the same spectrum. So these green ones would be wider than. In theory, these ones are wider than the white ones that are above it, the white and the yellow. That's how it's supposed to be measured. So I don't know. So I had an original train of thought here, and I think I've sidetracked myself from it. All right, that's a flat line. All right, so I think I've covered everything on this for right now. Everything that I need to. I've readjusted my camera midstream. Yeah, that not one of the brightest things I've done. All right, so thank you. Before I keep saying because I really am out of material at this point. And I do need to. Let's put it to you in another way. All right. The relative sizes of the relative sizes of these waves. Do we see them here? No. All right. The top one here is based on. Hold on, let me find a good picture. The top is based on. I want to find a Tomsk picture for you. Get a better picture. All right. I'm still. All right. There we go. Hallelujah. Finally get a piece. All right. So this right here is your amplitude. Okay. You notice this number is 11.1. That is a higher number. It's a taller number than this 8.2. That's a taller number than this 5.8. That's a taller number than, well, it's actually not. This 18 number is a tall number, but that's way over here. All right. So we're looking at the tops of these here. All right. So this, you have 6 spaces here. It's a Cartesian grid. There's 6 spaces there. So each time that it runs through the values, it changes. That's what these numbers are indicating to you, is that it's changing every day. It's a different number set. It's a different relation because it's showing you the point that the top was. And so that's why the jumps between these here can be smaller than on other days. And sometimes the jumps are huge, relatively speaking. But that's how they're showing you the difference in, they're able to show you, relative to a confined space, they're able to show you the difference in the intensity of the amplitude spikes because they're giving you on the sides of it, they're giving you the actual number values. Okay. What the spectrogram is doing is it's taking that actual value and plotting it up on the chart there, so that when you see this 11.1 here, and it's a spike, it's not that big of a spike here, even though it may show it here, because the relative value against the backdrop is not that big of a spike. All right. So that's why these numbers become important here, because it's giving you the actual number, and you got to look at what the, it's great that you get a sense of the pattern of the overall, but you got to look at what the actual numbers are of each one of these values in order to be able to read what you're seeing there on that. Wrap this up so I can kind of put the videos out. I didn't want to do them one at a time and then do another one. I've done that in the past, but I didn't want to do this time. I wanted to have them all out, in one shot, and then do a live stream like that night. So that would be like tonight, I guess. Anyway, so on that cheery note, thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate everyone for your love, your comment, your supports. And if you didn't like the video, something about it, whatever, just leave me a comment. I don't delete all things that don't agree with me. If you say respectfully, like, all right, have your say. Like, all right, I'm still an amateur doing YouTube kind of things here. I got all the equipment together just yesterday, so they actually look pretty good for just yesterday. Technically speaking, I think, yeah. What was the thing I plugged in yesterday? Anyway, all right, so thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate your love and support and your donations. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Bonnie, and everyone else who's given me some donations and some love. I'll be doing a live stream on this soon. With that, just Happy New Year. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your love and support. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Namaste. And just keep your thoughts positive. Do well, be well, and expect good things to happen, and probably great things will happen. Unbeknownst to you, the universe wants you to be happy. So when you're ready for it, it'll give it to you. Anyway, on that cheery note, on that really cheery note, I'm going to end this and probably end the live stream with some music. If I'm still awake at this point. Anyway. All right. Thank you. Have a cheery rest of your night. Thank you all. Much love. Sure. Indeed. There I am. Back again. All right. So that rather lengthy presentation is... Hello. That's me talking a lot about the colors. Certainly there was a lot more other stuff about the colors, but toward the end of this, you got your money's worth out of this. As I started kind of building up and you start seeing and all of this, when we went through the side avenues and all of that, you can see at the very end of this what the colors start representing. And so that's why it's important, is because it takes a while to develop the theme here, the thesis, and to be able to read this. So, hi Jackie, hi Bradley, who's still here. I think it shows 4 people that are, 6. There's 6 people. So there's, I guess I'm watching it, so it's 3 of us. All right, so, I think as promised, I'm going to play some music. What do we have? There is the end of this here. I'm at 20 minutes into the... Yeah, let's play the rest of this. Why not? All right. So, let's turn on the music. All right. So, thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone for the comments. I do, just for the record, I do the live stream mostly so I can chat with people and answer questions. It's nice to have a social life that revolves around, um, it's nice to have a social life that revolves around things I like, but, it's nice to have a social life that revolves around things I like, but, it's like, this is the mission, should you choose to accept it, is learning about the Schumann resonances. Um, and it may not be for you. This may not have anything to do with your life. But on the other hand, it's like, if you're going to learn about it, you need to kind of immerse yourself in this. And that's what I'm here for. Because I didn't just, there's a lot of this that you need to have an experiential background in it. Right? I will put it to you this way, that if you're having trouble understanding the Schumann resonances, it's only because you haven't had the same real life experiences I have of actually working in radio, doing electronics, studying, electricity, and that type of thing. So if your life isn't revolving around engineering, electrical engineering for you. And so that's sort of why the universe has given this to me, to kind of to take on, because it's like, well, you know the material better than anyone else in many cases, and so you can't quit. That's part of why I'm here. And I can't give up. I can't quit. I promised that I would stay around till the end, um, and it's the end is coming soon enough. Like, all right, it's whatever. Anyway, I'm kind of tired. It's actually like 3 in the morning here, or 2 in the morning, close to my time. And so I'm gonna kind of close this out with music, and I'll be in the chat. So if you want to ask me any questions, I'll be in the chat for a little while, and then I'm gonna close this out, and we will see you in the next live stream. And I'm trying to get Alex in to do a live stream, but he lives an hour away. It's a rough drive from here to there, and he's got his life to live, and it's a thing. New England is tiny, tiny little states that take so much effort to get through. I can't explain it, but believe me, an hour drive is like 5 hours elsewhere. Trust me on that. So anyway, yes, indeed. Thank you, Jackie. All right, so we're going to play some music. I'm gonna uh, um, exit to stage black with myself, and we're going to give a recent reading from the station at Komiania, I guess. All right, so on that cheerio, thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone, your love and support. You're wonderful, and I will talk to you on the flip side. Namaste.